Del Chapo,
Here.
Councilmember Shealy,
Here.
Councilmember Saccharin,
Here.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Here.
Councilmember Brady, Councilmember Brady, Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Waring,
Here.
Councilmember Seekings,
Here.
Councilmember Shade,
Madam Clerk, I'm present.
Councilmember Griffin. Councilmember Griffin is here. I see him.
I just wanted you to say it twice because I know I'm not going to hear it anymore.
I'll say it for you again. Councilmember Griffin.
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you.
Councilmember Appel,
Here.
Councilwoman Jackson.
I'm here. We're going to miss you greatly, Vanessa.
Thank you. Mayor Tecklenburg.
Here. So if you would like to join us, I'd like to ask Councilmember Gregory to say an invocation for us.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I think we wanted to hear Councilmember Brady's prayer.
No, I thought we
No.
would do double, but if you're going
Okay.
to defer, I'll call.
No, I'll do the honors.
Okay.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, as we come together to do the work of the people of this city, we would be remiss if we didn't thank you for the service of our Madam Clerk, Vanessa Maybank Turner.
Turner Maybank.
Turner Maybank.
Yeah.
Her difference in this city will go far beyond her years, because the work that she's done will clearly speak for her as we move forward. God, I'd also like to make sure that you don't allow us to become numb to the 200,000 Americans who have died from this virus. God, please guide our country and our city toward making sure that we not only listen to you, but we listen to the science as we continue this war against this virus. Help us, God, to preserve our democracy as we move toward the election in November of this year. God, we need you now like we've never needed you before as a country. The changes that could occur could have everlasting consequences. God, please guide our people in the right direction so that we can preserve this great experiment called America. God, we love you, and please continue to bless us, and to please, God, go with Madam Clerk as she moves forward in the next chapter of her life. Amen.
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 So, Councilmember Gregory, you were right in a fashion. In addition to the invocation tonight, I would like to call on Councilmember Appel to give us a tribute to Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this is quite an honor this evening. This past weekend, Jews around the world celebrated Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. We are still endeavoring through 2020 like everybody else, but it feels nice to have another year to talk about. For anyone wondering, it's year 5,781 for us. Anyways, of course, this past weekend was not all celebratory. Our nation and the Jewish people lost one of our greatest. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away on Erev, or Eve of, Rosh Hashanah. Jewish tradition holds special distinction for those who pass during this holiest of time. In fact, those who pass mere hours from the dawn of a new year are considered a tzaddik, or a righteous person. What a fitting distinction for the notorious RBG. The nation's outpouring of grief and commemoration of her life has really been something to behold over these past few days. She offered all of us, but particularly women, so much inspiration in life, and that carries forward despite her death. In these strange and polarizing times, there are few national figures that unite us all, but RBG is surely one of them. Her best friend on the court, Justice Antonin Scalia, and her could not have disagreed more on matters of constitutional interpretation. But that didn't stop them from traveling together, going to the theater together, and being friends together. After Justice Scalia's passing, RBG honored him and reminded us, quote, "We are different, we are one. Different in our interpretation of written texts, one in our reverence for the Constitution and the institution we serve," end quote. We could learn from their example, especially in these ultra-partisan times. Yesterday, I was asked to give the invocation at our real estate committee meeting. I have to be honest, I'm not the most religious person. For that reason, I often offer moments of silence, of self-reflection, rather than attempt to recite a specific prayer I don't know by memory. However, in light of Rosh Hashanah and with Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's passing, I felt compelled to use my time a little differently that evening. So I did a little research and found an excerpt from Rabbi David Saperstein that spoke to me, and I'll paraphrase his remarks. In the Jewish tradition, the separation between prayer and action is slight. In scripture, God tells Isaiah, quote, "I don't want your fast and your sacrifice. I want you to deal your bread to the hungry, tear apart the chains of the oppressed," end quote. Leviticus 19 says to set aside a corner of your field for the poor and homeless, to pay the laborer a fair and timely wage, and to remove stumbling blocks. Acts of social justice are religious activities, just as much as prayer is. They are all woven together. After participating in the Civil Rights March in Selma, Alabama, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, one of this century's great religious figures and a close colleague of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., said, quote, "It felt like my feet were praying," end quote. Prayer is not just the communication we have with God. It is also the work we do to make God's values real to the world. I think God listens to both kinds of prayer with equal joy. And these sentiments are not uniquely Jewish, of course. They aren't. They apply to anyone interested in making the world a better place. I believe this is the tradition that inspired Justice Ginsburg to lead such a tremendous life of dedication and service, both as a practicing attorney, representing the oppressed, and later a judge. She is responsible for helping women, minorities, and others achieve far more equity and more justice. In short, she made the world a better place. She did her praying with her feet. One last thing. I learned earlier today that while I was scratching out these remarks, that Justice Ginsburg will be the first Jewish person ever to lie in state in the Capitol in DC. Think about that for a moment. Even in death, RBG is breaking down barriers. May her memory be a blessing, and may her life inspire us all to be better people and to build a better nation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Pell. That was a truly powerful tribute to RBG. Well done. Well done. So if I may ask y'all, just over my shoulder here, you can see the American flag back there in the back. If you would all join me in reciting a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States
United States of America,
States of America,
To the
republic
which it stands,
one
nation,
nation, under
under
God,
God,
visible,
liberty,
and justice for all.
for all.
Thank y'all very much. Still one of the hardest things to do on the Zoom is to recite something together. So next I'd like to share a proclamation. We've already discussed Vanessa Maybank's wonderful next step into life, her retirement from the city and all that she'll be doing. I have a proclamation I'd like to share with you, Vanessa. Whereas Vanessa Turner Maybank began her career in Charleston, South Carolina, and hired to work at the College of Charleston's Office of Institutional Advancement. Whereas Vanessa was later appointed by former Mayor Joseph P. Riley Jr. to serve as the City of Charleston's first ever Director of Tourism. Whereas in 1996, Mayor Riley appointed her the city's first African-American Clerk of Council, a position she now holds under yours truly, Additionally, she has served as adjunct professor of hospitality and tourism at the College of Charleston and Johnson and Wales University. Whereas in her current role, Vanessa acts as a liaison between the mayor, city council, city departments, and constituents on issues pertaining to city ordinances and doctrines, overseeing the clerk of council department and records management division. And whereas Vanessa has served on numerous boards and commissions, including the Board of Directors of South Carolina Municipal Clerks Association, the International Institute of Municipal Clerk Ethical Standards Committee, and whereas an active member of the Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church, Vanessa has served as president of the Women's Auxiliary, vice chair of the Pastoral Search Committee and Constitutional Bylaws Committee, every committee you can imagine at Mount Moriah. Whereas a life member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc., she has served as president of the organization, the local chapter, and in various other leadership positions. Whereas Vanessa is a proud mother, and I see him online, Alexander Maybank, and holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in journalism from the University of South Carolina with further graduate study in mass communications at USC. She also received a master's degree in management from Westport University. Whereas Vanessa Turner Maybank is a dedicated and remarkable public servant with a trailblazing spirit. The city of Charleston would like to thank her for decades of service to the city and all its citizens and visitors, and wish her the very best in her well-deserved retirement. Now, therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the City of Charleston, do hereby proclaim today, September 22nd, 2020, as Vanessa Turner Maybank Day in the City of Charleston. Congratulations, Vanessa.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
If I may, before comments from you, Vanessa, I would like to call on Mayor Riley to make any remarks that he would like to. Mayor Riley?
Thank you very much, Mayor Tecklenburg, members of City Council, and Vanessa. I have three vivid pictures in my mind. One is a City Council meeting already long and exhausting. Several public hearings under Council's belt, a few more to go, and then a lengthy agenda still before us. I am worn out. I look over at Vanessa. She is perky, eyes bright, in complete control, and her cheerful countenance exuding utter calmness. She knows exactly where we are on the agenda and is undaunted by the lengthy list still ahead, never weary or shows that she might be. Another picture in my mind is in my office when I was mayor of this wonderful city, and Vanessa was seated across from me on the other side of my desk, and with a huge stack of files on her lap, filled with papers, and then in the chair next to her, another stack of files, and then the chair next to that, another stack of files, going over agenda items for the next meeting of City Council. She always had completely done her homework. The most modest or erudite question about an agenda item still a week or 10 days ahead, Vanessa knew it. She was thorough and complete in her preparation. That was so impressive, as was all of her work. Another picture is Vanessa in council chambers leading a tourism meeting with tour guides, members of the tourism committee, and citizens from neighborhoods affected by tourism, all with agendas and things to say. Vanessa was ever gracious, always wore a warm smile, and so impressively able to field any question or calm rough waters if any waters needed to be quieted. I had to talk Vanessa into considering the job of clerk of council.
Yes.
She had not applied. But I knew she could do it, having worked with her when she was head of the tourism office. I knew she could do it and do the job in an exemplary way. And did she ever? Vanessa, you are a superstar. And working with you was one of the great joys of my life. Congratulations to you, Vanessa, on your masterful job and all you have done for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Speech, speech.
So is it my turn now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I didn't know if I would be emotional, so I wrote it down.
Okay.
Okay, so Mayor Tecklenburg and City Council, it has been my great honor to work for the City of Charleston. I can't believe how fast the time has come and gone. It has been a great opportunity to serve in your administration. Mayor, it was so heartwarming when you personally came into my office to ask me to work with you when you were elected. I really appreciated that. And thank you for your confidence in me. Also, I'd like to thank the mayor and the council members for the beautiful roses behind me that I received this morning. Council members, and I have had a lot of council members. I've had the pleasure of working with numerous council members during my tenure, and it has been a wonderful experience to get to know all of you. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and more importantly, for my staff. It was and is a lot easier to get your work done when you know there are people who support you. Your support has been unwavering. So thank you, council members. Mayor Riley, I wasn't sure that you were going to be here, but I wrote something about you anyway. So I say, I would be remiss if I didn't say anything about Mayor Riley, as he hired me out of a pool of 80 candidates and appointed me to both the tourism director and clerk of council positions. I certainly owe him a large amount of gratitude. Thank you very much, Mayor. And I end by saying, we know he's not far from being, we know that he is far from being retired, and he's working hard at the African American Museum. Okay. To my many, many staff members, past and present, thanks for your hard work and willingness to do more, to stay at work later, volunteering to fill in when others were ill. I could go on and on. You are a wonderful team, and I am so grateful. I know you will continue to do well. To my colleagues, we are a family. I've enjoyed working with you. Thank you for your kind words, support, cards, calls, etc. I could go on and on. It has been an absolute joy to work with you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I would now like to take a personal moment to say thank you to my family members, and some of you have seen my son. He's double dipping. He's got a football team, so he's coaching the football team at Zucker while he speaks to us as well.
I remember when he was born.
I also want to thank my loved ones who are here that you can't see, many of my friends, and also my pastor, and they're all watching us on YouTube. I close my remarks with a scripture from the book of Jeremiah that says, I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you a future and a hope. It is my hope for each of you that you will continue to have a long, wonderful, and prosperous future. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Thank you.
God bless. So Vanessa, if I may,
Yes.
this may seem a little rude to ask anything more of you because you have given so much of your life in service to the city of Charleston and its citizens. And we gave you a small token, a gift today of roses, of flowers, and commemorating this day in your honor. I'm going to ask you for just a little bit more of your time.
Okay.
You may note over my other shoulder that there's an easel with a empty picture frame there. And upon the wonderful suggestion of Council Member Waring, your old classmate, he and I are raising a little private funds in order to commission a portrait of you, Vanessa, that we would like you to give your time to sit for a portrait.
Oh my God.
That will hang in Charleston, the city of Charleston, City Hall, in your honor for years to come.
Oh my God.
Your service.
Thank you so much.
Right. That is so great.
I'm glad I did this talk before you told me that.
Wonderful.
I'll let it come through.
It's so great.
So,
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Now this is just a photograph we took of you. This is going to just wait till the
That was
day.
from a magazine. That was from the Skirt magazine. They wanted me on the cover.
Till we get your painting commissioned and finished. So anybody who would like to participate, if you don't mind, send the check to Councilmember Waring, and we think it would be a lovely time for you.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Special thoughts to my friends, Councilmember Waring. We've known one another since Carolina, many, many moons ago, and his wife, Donna. I thank you so much. We're almost like relatives. We see one another, we do things together. So I can't voice it enough. I'm so overjoyed. Thank you so much for thinking of me and having a portrait done of me. Thank you very much.
Thanks for agreeing to that. So speaking of Councilmember Waring, and to just break this up a little bit, because I have one more proclamation to make. Councilmember Waring was at the Charleston Water Service Commissioners meeting today, and he would like to introduce someone from Charleston Water to make this a very brief, not presentation, but a very brief share of what they took today at their commission meeting. Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to wipe from my tear ducts even thinking about the happiness of my classmate. I'm telling you, I've known Vanessa since Carolina days, and she was a friend to us then. And one day, my father came after being elected to city council and told me about this new clerk of counseling, and she's just fabulous. And Vanessa Turner Mayberry. I said, Daddy, I know her. So my father had a nickname for her.
Yes.
And he would call her Peach. I don't know, Mayor Riley, if you knew that. But when he called her Peach, everybody knew who he was talking about. He could get away with that. If we were to do that today, we'd probably we'd be in the Me Too movement. We'd probably get in trouble being sexist or something. But Dad had a way of getting away with things like that. I can talk about Vanessa forever. So I'm not saying bye because I know I'll see her later. That said, you're right, Mr. Mayor. You may have heard where some folk on CWS services, after a period of months, had gotten shut off. CWS has a wonderful program to help folk who need assistance, in particular during this perilous time. And we've got a wonderful marketing person, Mike Sayers, who's going to explain that a little bit more detail to you all, where CWS actually puts money up to help those in need to be able to keep essential services flowing. So Mike, if you're online, I see your good picture there and you're debonair. So if you'd be kind enough to come on. You're muted right now, by the way. You have to unmute yourself, Mike.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Thank you, Councilmember Waring, Mayor, everybody else present. Charleston Water, we greatly appreciate this opportunity because helping customers in need, it's our passion. It's always our top priority. And I know I have to be brief, but I just want to use a quick timeline to bring everybody up to speed on non-pay shutoffs, if you're not familiar. Way back in March, the governor suspended all utility non-pay shutoffs statewide, and we certainly gladly complied with that. May 13th, the governor lifted that order, but we continued to hold off voluntarily because we knew our customers were struggling to pay their bills. And so we also took action back in May, and we doubled our $5,000 monthly contribution that we give to the Palmetto Community Action Partnership, that's PCAP, commonly known. So we doubled that from May through December, and that amounts to a $40,000 a year increase. And PCAP is our primary bill pay partner. We refer a lot of people there, and they do a great job of handling that. And so we also back then gave a one-time $50,000 donation to that great organization. Now, on June 30th, fast forward to June 30th, we had about 10,000 customers who were basically, for lack of a better term, sort of ignoring their bill, whether that was because they had to or because they wanted to, but it's a combination of those two things. And so we knew that we had to make every effort to keep those customers in good standing, and our commissioners knew it. And so we knew we had to reinstate shutoffs because those numbers were growing by the day. And we chose August 17th as a day to turn them back off. And so between July and August, we pulled out every single stop to notify those customers, to plead with them, to work with us to keep their water on. We sent letters, we made phone calls to 10,000 customers in that time frame. We set up payment plans, we connected them with third-party utilities, bill pay resources. We did media interviews with every outlet, social media, website, you name it. The list goes on and on. But since then, we've set up a record number of payment plans and performed endless referrals to PCAP and other agencies, and that work has kept the water on for countless members of our community. Now, we got that number from 10,000 down to about 4,000 as of August 17th when the shutoffs resumed, and that meant we were shutting people off 125, maybe up to 500 customers a day, depending on the size of the billing cycle. But all those actions considered, our customers have only been using about that $10,000 monthly contribution we've been giving to PCAP. They've only been using up that assistance. They haven't even touched that $50,000, and it's readily intact and fully available now. And also this morning, on our commissioners meeting, we made another $50,000 available for PCAP as well. And we doubled the annual limit from $500 to $1,000 that a customer could qualify for. So as of October 1st, in about a week from now, there will be at least $110,000 in Charleston Water System bill pay assistance available through PCAP. And so, to look back and recap, we've made $140,000 extra available. And in closing, if you want to help a constituent keep their water on, it's so easy to do. All you have to do is simply have them call us, call our customer service number, and we can help them manage their account. We can work with them to get extensions. We could work with them to set up payment plans, and we can connect them with PCAP and various other funding sources that are available across the low country. $1,000 is a significant helping hand for customers in need. So just simply refer them to us and we will take the ball from there. But the biggest challenge is having people actually pick up the phone and connect with us. So if anyone has any questions, I'm glad to talk about everything we've done. Does anyone have any questions?
Great. Thank you, Mike. Councilmember Shade, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll be remiss because I'm looking at this guy in my corner over here in a coat and tie. Mike lives down the street from me, and he's one of the hardest working men I ever known in my life, because he's out working on his yard or adding something to the back of his house, like a utility shed. And he built a hurricane resistant dollhouse with his daughter. So Mike, I didn't recognize you at first. I kept on looking and saying, I'm supposed to know this fella, but I seen you in the coat and tie. I didn't recognize you. So thank you for what you do. He's a great neighbor. I'm honored that he lives down the street from me, and I just wanted to recognize him for all the fine work he does for our community, and lovely family. Mike, it's good seeing you in the coat and tie.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Councilmember Shade. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate Charleston Water putting up.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Griffin. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to just reiterate how great of a partner CWS is and how lucky all of our city of Charleston residents are to have CWS. You see all the problems with the utility companies all over the state and even just in other municipalities down here in the low country. But CWS has always been an amazing partner of ours. Luckily, I'm lucky that my business also is CWS, and they are just constant and always, their customer service is some of the best I've ever seen. They always get back with you. They help you in every way they can. And when they say that they've tried to help their ratepayers every way that they could before the shutoffs happened, I truly believe that because I've seen that firsthand. I've seen it, people that weren't able to afford their bills and help them pay it, especially our elderly that live here in Charleston. So I just want to give them a shout out for just being such a great partner for the city. And I hope that other municipalities and local governments around this area will expand with CWS because they're the best we've got down here. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other comments or questions? Well, Mike, thank you so much for being with us, and y'all keep up the good work. We do value our partnership with you, and thanks for your service. So I do have one more proclamation. In continuing to build our inclusiveness and our diversity in our community, one of our growing segments of our local population is the Hispanic community. And if y'all didn't know, typically the mid-month from September 15th through October 15th is National Hispanic Heritage Week. And if you don't know, the mayor has begun a Hispanic council that networks with now over 36 members of our Hispanic Latinx council that builds trust between our policing and our Hispanic community, builds relationships with the Hispanic community. So I wanted to share that with you, and also our proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Charleston. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the contributions Americans tracing their roots to Spain, Mexico, Central and South America, and the Spanish-speaking nations of the Caribbean. And whereas the observance began in 1968 as National Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon B. Johnson. Whereas September the 15th through October the 15th, recognized as National Hispanic Heritage Month, always starts on September 15th, which is a historically significant day that marks the anniversary of a number of Latin American countries that received their independence on that day, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans serve as corporate, military, civic, clergy leaders, civil rights and community organizers, first responders, pioneers in arts, science, medicine, and so much more. Whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their communities. And whereas Hispanic, Latino Americans represent a significant and fast-growing demographic of our nation, we honor the invaluable ways they contribute to a stronger, more inclusive and prosperous city of Charleston. Now, therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the City of Charleston, proclaim September 15th to October 15th to be Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Charleston. So thank you all for indulging me on that and sharing with you our ongoing relationship through our Hispanic Council with the Hispanic community here in Charleston. Thank you very much for that. So next, we'll move right along our agenda with our public hearings. We have a few of them up here this evening, I think 9 or so. Christopher Morgan, can I turn it over to you for intros?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, members of council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do a screen share and get to the images here. Let's see, did that go to that? There we go. Okay, and let's go from the slideshow. Okay, so here we go. All right, So our first item is rezoning E1. This is the Shephard Street PUD. This had been on previous agendas, and we had some issues with getting the property posted and advertised, but it's been all properly posted and advertised for tonight's meeting. This is TMS numbers 460, 04, 04, 074, 078, 080, and 086. It's 0.1.38 acres. It's a request for rezoning from general business and limited business and accommodations overlay to planned unit development for Shephard Street. And we have an image of it in the Century 5 plan. It shows as urban and urban core. The urban core, of course, is our most intense category of recommended land use. These are the parcels that are involved. If you can see my cursor, this is King Street to the east. There is a new office building under construction, 5-story office building on this portion of the site, and that will, of course, continue on. There are other parcels that include houses on them over here and over here that would become part of the PUD, as would the right-of-way here. To the west is the drainage shaft for the eastern end of the Septima Clerk Parkway drainage improvements. So that is the location of the PUD. Here are some of the houses that are involved. This house is part of the PUD, as is this structure. The structure in the middle is not part of the PUD. And of course, the office building is under construction on the grassy area here now. And here are other houses closer to the drainage shaft and adjacent to the Septima Clerk Parkway. And here are just some street views of the parcels and the houses that are involved. And what the PUD calls for is a mixed use area at the front that would allow for the office construction and parking that has already been planned on the site. Some of the houses would be moved to other areas, to the accommodations residential area that's in green. The mixed use area towards King Street right now also has an accommodations overlay allowance that would have allowed up to a 50-room inn. But with this PUD, the accommodations residential area shifts to the area to the west, where the near the shaft and the area in green, and there would be up to 30 accommodations units in that area. The Planning Commission reviewed this, and they did have a couple of comments. These are not conditions, they were just comments of looking at the green space and open space requirement in reference to it, and trying to increase affordable housing provided at maximum build out. And of course, the developers are helping with potentially relocating one or two of the structures for affordable housing use. And that is the background on that rezoning request.
Great. Would anyone like to be heard on this matter? Do we have anyone signed up, Jennifer or Vanessa?
Yes, Mayor, we have one person signed up for E1, Mr. James Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is James Wilson. I presented on this a couple of meetings ago, so I won't belabor it, but we think this project, while small, has some great impacts. Will restore some historic buildings and will reduce the accommodations use. And as Mr. Morgan described, we've been working with the city on relocating at least one house for affordable housing use. So we think there's some good things here. Councilmember Mitchell's been kind enough to talk with us a couple of times. And if there's any questions, obviously glad to answer, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And if there's no one else.
That's the only person I have on my list.
Okay, then the matter comes to council.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve in a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now for third reading and ratification.
So moved.
Second. Second.
Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Okay, on to the next item. If I can get my screen to move. Let's see.
Let's take, oh, you're at number 2.
Yes, number
Yes,
2.
sir.
Please proceed.
Okay. All right. This is E2, 2421 Ashley River Road in Pierpont, West Ashley. PMS number 355-1600025-026 027. It's approximately 8 acres. It's a request for rezoning from general business to diverse residential. And the request is because this property is not going to be used commercially. It's going to be used for an affordable housing development, townhouse development by Homes of Hope. It would also include, as part of the development, the DR1F property here at Dogwood. So it would all be zoned DR1F, so it would have unified zoning. This is Ashley River Road running roughly north-south in this location here on the east. And this would get this in unified zoning and work for the townhouses that are planned on the site. We have a couple of images. This is in our highway designation in the Century 5 plan, so this type of zoning would be appropriate there. This is an aerial view of the property, and again, you can see there's a local presbytery that has a office building on the site at present, and then there's undeveloped area. And a little bit tighter view, there are some other commercial uses up and down Ashley River Road near it, and then residential uses to the rear. And here you see an aerial view that shows more clearly the residential uses to the west, some of the storage and commercial uses to the north and across the street. And here's just a view from Ashley River Road. At Planning Commission, it was recommended for approval 6-0, as staff also recommended for it, the rezoning.
All right, did anyone from the public sign up to be heard?
I have one person, Bernie Mazik.
Bernie?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor Tecklenburg and members of Charleston City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this project. We're asking you to consider and vote in favor of the rezoning of this property because we believe that affordable housing is critical to Charleston to ensure the efforts of Charleston to be the destination that so many people want to be a part of. Recent data from Prosperity Now found that 30% of residents in Charleston were classified as housing cost burden, and that number is over 35% for African Americans. Housing expenses for individuals in this category have housing costs exceeding 30% of their income. So affordable housing is critical to the city to ensure that it is the beautiful and diverse city that so many of the current residents and others want to live. And so we really believe that this project helps with that and would encourage council to vote in favor of the rezoning. Thank you so much for the work that you do and for making the city of Charleston the great place for so many to live.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for what you do for community development here in Charleston and throughout the state of South Carolina. We appreciate your work.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Vanessa, was that?
No, I don't have any other person who asked to speak to item number 2 on my list.
Matter comes to council. Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, I don't know if you have Samantha Kabinski, or maybe under a different last name. That's what I had said she was trying to speak on there, but
she's not on the list. Let's see if she's on another list.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, she's okay.
Hi, my name's Samantha Kabinski Durham. It's actually my 1-year anniversary today. I'm calling on behalf of the Canterbury Woods neighborhood. I'm a resident up here in Canterbury Woods. And while we do appreciate and support the city council's work on allowing more affordable housing to be available for our residents, we're concerned about the traffic flow. Canterbury Woods to downtown is typically a 25-minute commute. For me, during rush hour, during non-COVID times, it doubles both ways. So if this extensive housing project were to be developed, our question to City Council and all those in power is going to be, what is the plan to allow the roads to withstand the traffic that it's going to create and worsen.
Thank you for your comments. Just to share with you, this is to hear your comments, not really a question and answer period, but we've heard that concern before about all development really, and appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you. Any
Mayor,
other?
I have one letter from Eli Polyakov. You remember he wanted to say something last time, and because we deferred the items until this time, I'll read a portion of his letter. He says the Charleston Redevelopment Corporation is providing this letter of support for the rezoning request submitted by Homes of Hope as listed in tonight's agenda. The CRC is a nonprofit, non-governmental entity founded by the City of Charleston, the Historic Charleston Foundation, and the Housing Authority of the City of Charleston. The CRC focuses on the development and preservation of affordable housing in the City of Charleston area and helps secure local, state, and national funding for long-term housing affordability.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that. Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I off mute? Yeah, okay, good. Mr. Mayor, I obviously spoke against this before. I mean, where this property is located is the worst traffic we have anywhere in the city of Charleston. And it's getting worse because of the development that's going on in Dorchester County and where we have zoning requests that don't need to be made or where we don't need zoning requests. And traffic's just getting worse and worse. I believe we should work on affordable housing. I'm all for affordable housing, but not at the expense of the quality of life of our residents. This thing goes completely against the West Ashley Revitalization Plan to put any type of housing in this location. To me, it goes against all common sense to support housing where there's gridlock and you can't have any other cars. And I just feel like we're treating our districts 2, 5, and 10 that have to come from far west. I just feel like we're treating them poorly, and I think it's irresponsible. I think it's not fair to them. And if we truly wanted to follow West Ashley Revitalization, we'd be looking at this property as a way to bring in a business to this location instead of putting more traffic on the road. I mean, 3 years ago, we spent thousands of dollars on a study that told us, do not do this. And we're doing it. We're putting more homes where we can't have any more cars on the road. I mean, the place is already in office. It's probably turnkey for somebody. But by voting for this ordinance, we're ignoring one of the biggest concerns that this part of the city has, and we're making a bad situation worse. This ordinance goes against quality of life for our existing residents, and we've got to stop building apartments, condos, and other housing down Ashley River Road, down Glen McConnell Parkway and Bees Ferry Road, where there's no room for vehicles. We just shouldn't be making this zoning change in this part of the city. I'm obviously going to vote against this. And once again, I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote against it as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffin.
I'm with you, Councilmember Shealy. I voted with you last time against it. I'm going to vote against it again. We need more affordable housing in West Ashley, and we're going to get it in a lot of ways. I'm very excited about the affordable housing component of the Epic Center, and in those areas where they're dense and multi-use. But as Councilmember Shealy said, this area is just so congested as it is. We got a lot of projects coming that way that may clean things up a little bit. DOT's working on the new flyover at Magwood. That could have a good impact and ease some congestion in that area. But until we see what that does, I'm really weary about adding any more homes in that corridor right there. So for the time being, I support you on this, Councilmember Shealy. We're still seeing the impacts of the development, such as the new section of Carolina Bay that comes out on the Glen McConnell. And I'm worried that any more residential units anywhere near Magwood and 61 in that area, I just don't know how the traffic is going to be able to handle it. For a long time, we've been lucky enough that with school being virtual and people working from home, the traffic hasn't really been an issue. But now that school's come back, I've seen it right away. Traffic is back, and out in our area, it's a very substantial drive. You know, just to my office is about 12 to 13 miles, and it takes a good 45 minutes in the morning. So I'm really worried about that traffic component. That really is my only concern at this point. I would love to see more affordable housing in that area, especially if we could get affordable units out in my district, that'd be great. But we still got to solve that traffic issue, because there's nothing good about affordable units if people can't get there. So I'm with you on this one, Councilmember Shealy. I think it's a great idea. I'm still weary of where we're at, and want to see where we go with some of these new infrastructure projects.
Well, thank you. Councilmember Gregory, could I entertain a motion for further discussion, please?
So move.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Councilmember Gregory?
Yeah, just a question, and I don't know whether or not we have the information yet. Has the traffic study been done yet?
I am not certain that the traffic study's been done. It's not required to be done before the rezoning comes. It will be done as part of the TRC review of the property.
Sounds like we're putting the cart before the horse. To me, sounds like we need that traffic study.
Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really appreciate that Councilmember Shealy has talked to me off the record, and now we're sharing what we each think about this property. I mean, I represent neighborhoods on James Island, and we're all suffering from the increase in population and the explosion of our housing market. This is, you know, it is for a lot of us a split the baby decision in terms of, are we creating worse suburban overgrowth? But frankly, this property is only available because we have a partner in Homes of Hope that has come down. They have one of the best reputations on the whole East Coast for building housing that is good quality. They're using a builder that is highly regarded. And this will be a permanently affordable home ownership subdivision. So we don't get this chance. We don't get land that can be put into an equation where the land itself will be permanently set aside under the community land trust model, and the homeowners will build equity in their improvements. They'll buy the house, they'll get a loan, they'll build their credit history, and then they will build equity. And when they sell, they'll be able to take equity with them. So we are creating the kinds of housing opportunities that we know are very rare in a region like this. Most of the properties that we have an opportunity to entertain subsidies for or develop our own land go to multifamily housing, which is all necessary, especially in places where, you know, we want people to be able to live closer to where they work. But this is a home ownership opportunity that is very hard to come by. And I do feel your pain and having to explain, you know, that we've taken votes that are going to impact the people who do commute up and down Ashley River Road. I think as we took the first reading vote, we all agreed that these problems are not going away, and we do need to have partnerships across the state to help us take care of traffic in a more holistic way. So I'm going to vote in favor, but I do feel your pain. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Waring?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one that actually Councilmember Shealy and I did a lot more homework on it since the last time riding out there. You all know I'm a big fan of permanent affordable housing. I voted in favor of this the first time around. But my understanding is that the traffic up in this area by the highway department is rated an E. A being the best, F being the worst, and right now this is and E. And to date, I hadn't heard any traffic solution. This is, our planning department has done a great job over the years helping to create connectivity from one development to another. This is a one-way in and one-way out. And because of the way the grand trees are somewhat located up in there, it's going to be very difficult to even put in a center turn lane. So in other words, when people are, hypothetically, this development is built, doing, in particular, knocking off traffic, people heading away from town, those living here would have to make a left turn getting in, holding up traffic for all the people going down further down 61, Bees Ferry Road, Canterbury Woods, Hickory Hills, Village Green, and the like. The traffic out there is real. I would invite, instead of looking at the drawing, I would invite you to go out and see the morning traffic and get in it and think about doing that Monday through Friday. And frankly, on Saturdays, I don't know, everybody must be going to Costco like me. It's pretty packed out there on Saturday as well. So Councilman Shealy has done a good job making this argument. I am going to vote no on the second reading. I would be in concert with hopefully Councilman Gregory suggested a question about a traffic study. I think a traffic study should be in the order prior to giving the zoning because there has to be some solution for ingress egress in this one right here. Right next to my office, they built 172 units, but it's on and I wondered how in the world those people are going to get in and out of there. Okay, this is on Ashley River Road, but that's a 5-lane highway and it had a center turn lane. And as a matter of fact, there's no affordable housing in that. But people manage to get in and out because the infrastructure is in place for proper ingress and egress. That does not exist in this location right here. So albeit if this gentleman wants to do this under the commercial zoning, I think our planning department will tell you it could be done. The housing still can go on. They have to do it under commercial construction, which costs more. Steel studs basically versus wood studs. So I would think I'm going to vote no on this because of the, at the very least, we ought to get a traffic study. We have to find better ingress and egress for people to be able to get in and out of this one. Thank you.
Councilmember Shade, and then I'm going to call on Gianna Shaw Johnson to make some remarks about the affordability. Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Morgan, maybe I missed this in your presentation tonight on last meeting. How many units can be built on the spot if we approve this change?
Well, it's actually a reduction in number of units that can be built by virtue of going from GB 26.4 to DR1F to 19.6, I believe. So it's actually a reduction in density on the property.
So, well, sort of explain that to me one more time. Since it's current zoning, what is allowed to be built out there?
You can do any range of residential up to 26.4 units an acre. And you can do any type of commercial, 24-hour-a-day commercial. You could do a grocery store. You could do a pharmacy. You could do, vehicle sales, things like that.
And if we approve the change, it will reduce the density?
It will reduce the density, yes, sir.
And a comment from Councilmember Gregory about a traffic study. I didn't quite hear your response to that. So did the Planning Commission ask for a traffic study, or did they make a recommendation for a traffic study?
They did not. Traffic studies are not required for rezoning. They are part of the technical review process and they will have to be completed. I mean, I will say this about a traffic study in this location. You're talking about thousands and thousands of residential units that are already out in this area. This site will probably have 75, 70, 80 units, something like that. It's going to be a tiny, tiny drop in the bucket of traffic. Will it be more traffic? Yes. Will it be as much traffic as a commercial use that could be on this site? No. A commercial use on the site would, in all likelihood, have greater levels of traffic.
Mr. Mayor, before you go to
Ms. Can I just finish my comment, Councilmember Gregory?
Councilmember Shade still has the floor.
Yeah, so I am very familiar with this area because it's not too far from where I live. I travel up and down this road, and Councilman Shealy is right on point with this. I mean, it is a heavily congested road, and I've gone the opposite direction in the morning to watch the cars coming into, the commuters coming down here. And so I feel his pain on this. And he's been very consistent on voicing his opposition and concerns with the number of traffic on this road. I certainly don't want to go in the wrong direction with the West Ashland Revitalization Commission studies and recommendation on this. So I am concerned about the traffic. And I think that I would feel more comfortable if I had a better idea of what would be the impact either way, with remaining it as this current zoning on the traffic impact, or if what would happen if we made it into a and granted this change in zoning. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gregory.
Councilmember Gregory.
He's
You're
muted.
Okay.
Yes. As a follow-up to the traffic question, Christopher, given that it's already classified as an E in an A through F scale, there's still a great likelihood with the number of units when the traffic study is complete, it will probably say minimal effect.
Correct.
And can you tell me whether or not we have approved rezoning to where the classification is an E, okay, and we have approved it? In other words, where I'm getting is, I don't want us to set a precedent here that anything that is E would be considered a no-build area for additional affordable housing. And I know that all depends upon numbers, et cetera, et cetera. But just given the number of units that we're talking about, even though it's classified in E, if we were to prove it with this down zoning, the traffic study probably will come back minimal effect. The second part of my question is, all right, let's not down zone it. They could go even with a larger number of units that could have even more of a negative impact on traffic given their current zoning. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Christopher, can I interrupt you a second? Because I wanted to answer the question that's being asked over and over again. So Mayor and City Council, they have completed a traffic study. And basically that traffic study indicated that it did not require any off-site improvements due to the low volume. As you all know, because they're looking for a change in the zoning from general business to diverse residential, they're only planning to build approximately 75 townhomes. If they left it under the current zoning, they could build as much as 200 units there based on the size of the parcel. But that is not their plan. Their plan is to build 75 units of affordable housing that will remain affordable for perpetuity. And I appreciate Councilmember Shealy and other council members' concerns relative to traffic. This property has ingress and egress off of Dogwood instead of Ashley River Road. Maybe that doesn't make a big difference, but I think it makes some difference relative to the flow of traffic. And I would just encourage us to think about the fact that if we stop building affordable housing, it's going to exacerbate the need for affordable housing. We already need about 52,000 units of affordable housing by 2030 to meet the current need. So if we stop, then we exacerbate a problem that already exists. And based on my read of the West Ashley Revitalization Plan, it called for the development of affordable housing. And remember, this is an attached development versus single family detached. So it marks off a number of the strategies we desire to employ when we're looking at building affordably priced housing in our community. So I just ask you to contemplate all of that as you make the decision. And as I communicated previously, they could still build the 75 units on this parcel. It would simply cost more because then they're building it to commercial standards versus residential standards. So thank you for your time.
Oh, I see Keith Benjamin online, and I know maybe it hadn't gone through TRC, but have you seen a site plan for this? You confirm that the ingress egress is not on 61, it's on the side road, is that correct?
Yeah, so I'll admit that I have my check-in with Michael on TRC tomorrow afternoon, but I have seen like basic like squares, but nothing that is as that descriptive. I think the important thing to give the dichotomy of is what is the traffic on the existing road versus what is the amount of traffic that a particular parcel may add. And so I think we got to separate that because there is legitimacy to the status of the right of way right now. The status of the right of way. I spoke to Councilman Waring and Councilman Shealy about that, about the amount of traffic that's on that road, that primary road at peak hour, right? I got to make that reference too, right? So we're talking about peak hour of afternoon and morning, right? Not throughout the day, but at peak hour does hit an E status, right? Dogwood does not. The amount of traffic that's added potentially from that project is not substantial. However, you have this exasperating issue here. So I think there's legitimacy on both sides of how people are having that conversation. I think the other thing is that if traffic is the aspect to be of concern, what is the appropriate solution that would be welcomed by the surrounding community, right? And the fact of the matter is, what could be proposed by the owner of the right-of-way, that being SCDOT, most likely would not be acceptable to that surrounding community. However, the signal response system that SCDOT is planning to install along 61, improvements of Glen McConnell, not just the flyover, but the widening of Glen McConnell and otherwise play into those supporting aspects as well. So I think the decision piece here, at least from a traffic standpoint, is while acknowledging the status of, is making a decision that is the traffic along 61 at such a status that the addition of any additional units is problematic. The fact is with the traffic study, it's not showing enough to even push SCDOT to do quote unquote something, right? SCDOT will come back to us and say this doesn't show enough impact to even suggest anything outside of what they're already doing in the right of way, right? So the conversation with the state DOT would be more about the existing functioning of that road, which is not good at all, and what to do about it in its current state. So I just want to kind of, even though it's hard to separate them, I want to kind of separate the conversation of the existing right of way and how it's currently functioning versus additions and subtractions.
Mr. Morgan, could you show us on the map again where the ingress egress would be for this property as proposed?
If you all can see the share, it is off this property because this is also owned by the same group right here. And I believe there's a signal at this intersection at Dogwood. And I believe there are turn lanes on this portion of Ashley River Road at Dogwood at that signal.
Can you increase the size, please?
I can't increase the size of this image. Let me scroll through and see if I can get to another one.
I'm not able to see your like where you're pointing with your.
Yeah, your cursor isn't working, Christopher.
Okay, cursor's not working. Okay, let me let's see. Is this any better?
Nope.
Nope.
You can move your cursor. It is.
Right.
Okay. You can see the cursor now?
No.
I can't.
Hey, Christopher.
Yeah.
Christopher, this is Tracy.
Yeah.
If you scroll over the ellipses and the presenter's view and hide your presenter's view, because everyone sees your presenter's view.
I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure. I know what that is. All right, I'll go to another slide. Is this a better slide?
A little better.
I think it's because you're in PowerPoint and you're in presenter mode. As opposed to like your actual PowerPoint slides.
Okay.
So if you can X out of being in presenter mode and go back like you're showing your
I can,
slide.
but that reduces the size of the images. That's why we do it in the,
Okay.
yeah.
No,
So-
we saw it bigger earlier, Christopher. The first time you
did?
showed us, it was
Okay.
bigger. Yeah.
So Christopher, the lot that they gonna ingress egress, is it that wooded lot that I see?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. To the south on
Mhm.
Dogwood. To the
And-
south on Dogwood.
Do you have a site plan from them at all?
We do not as part of this presentation because the zoning isn't dependent on a particular site plan. So that's why we don't have one on this. I think this is
All right.
doing something
All
here
right,
that
well,
may
I just
help.
want to make clear about the ingress egress, but we confirmed that it's not going to be on 61. It's going to
Correct.
be.
It's off of Dogwood.
No, that's not accurate. No. If you put the drawing back up, Mr. Mayor, well, let me get recognized. Okay. Now, let me,
Councilmember Waring, and then I think somebody has seen maybe a layout. Is that true?
I have.
Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Can you just address that real quick now? I'll come to you, Councilmember Waring.
Okay.
Gianna, have you seen?
So Mayor, they've done a preliminary TRC, yes, sir, to Eric Schultz. And they have gone through, because Eric and his team have looked at this. They've looked at the site. They've looked at the position of where the townhouses would go. Michael Mathis from Keith's team has looked at the ingress egress off of Dogwood. So that site design, there's a preliminary site design plan that has already been done. They hadn't done a formal TRC request, but TRC will do a preliminary, especially when you're bringing affordable housing online. And that entrance, that ingress egress is off of Dogwood and not off of Ashley River Road.
Councilmember Waring.
okay, Mr. Morgan, can you put that? I haven't seen that site plan, Ms. Gianna Shaw Johnson, but if put that the last drawing you had up showing the wooded overhead view of the wooded area. Okay. If you look at the bottom left corner of this site, or the bottom, the yellow line that backs up against the lots that's broken off. Ms.
Yes,
Shaw
sir.
Johnson, can you tell me where the ingress and egress is to Dogwood?
I can tell you, I know you can't see my cursor, but at the corner of 61 and Dogwood, you see there's a gas station, has a lot of pavement around it.
Right.
Behind that gas station is where the
I
ingress.
can see your cursor now. I can see your cursor now. Small, but I
You
can
see it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very small.
This is where the ingress and egress is, right here.
Through the vacant lot?
Yeah, they own that as well.
Now that's information that I didn't have. When I spoke to Mr. Benjamin and Councilman Shealy, obviously the only ingress and egress we talked about at that time was off of 61, one way in and one way out. So have they have an acquired easement to get through this track?
They
To
own
Dogwood?
that lot as well.
own it.
They own that lot as well. We in fact helped to facilitate the acquisition of that lot, and they purchased that lot at least a year ago now as part of this overall development.
You know, let me do, well, I sure would like to see that site plan because believe me, I'm a big fan. You all know that of permanent affordable housing, but this traffic up in here desperately needs multiple ways in and out.
Understood. Councilmember Seeking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening very intently and been watching this debate for the last couple meetings. And frankly, I'm not really sure I understand why we're having so much of a struggle on this. I mean, this is a property that as zoned right now is entitled to 200 units. They're asking for zoning, which is effectively a down zoning for one reason and one reason only, and that is to be able to affordably build affordable housing. And we're wrestling with it. I think the better approach here, with all due respect, is to work with the developer, work on that site plan, think about the traffic patterns, but give them the zoning so they can move forward and know what it's going to cost them to build those permanent units that we so desperately have talked about for decades. You know, if we don't give them this rezoning, I mean, I don't think this will happen, but it's possible they just go build 200 units, and that will make it even worse. So I think that the direction that we probably as council should be taking here is looking and working cooperatively with the developer on the traffic patterns and give them the zoning, because if not, I mean, I don't know that we're achieving anything in terms of the traffic patterns by denying it.
Understood. All right, any other council members that haven't been heard first, and then I'll come back to you, Councilmember Waring? Anybody who hadn't been heard? Okay, Councilmember Waring, then I'm going to call the question.
Listen, that second ingress and egress is important. And in all due respect, Councilman Seekins, this is the time you do those negotiations. If they were going to build 200 units, they didn't need to come to us. They come to us because we put in $1.5 million in this project, in addition to working along with them. But for the 1.5 million, these affordable housing units won't be going there. The second ingress and egress, as I said, is important. Until this meeting right now, I never had that information. I don't know that Councilman Shealy or Councilman Griffin had that information. I mean, that's very important information. I want to make sure that they don't have the right to back off that second ingress, egress to Dogwood. I mean, that's vital to this project. The traffic issue, in my opinion, virtually goes away, and Councilman Shealy can tell that to his constituents that they have multiple ways in and out.
Understood. Councilmember Jackson.
Well, just to answer that point, I am sorry that the developer isn't here. Evidently, he tried to get on and was dropped off. But my understanding, and maybe Mr. Benjamin or Ms. Shaw Johnson knows, but my understanding is that there will be no entrance directly from Ashley River Road.
That's correct.
It's going to be Dogwood only. So basically, you'll make a left turn onto Dogwood. The property will enter into a piece of property where there's housing off to the next, the contiguous properties are already housing. And then you go into the bigger parcel that is currently GB. So I really appreciate Councilmember Seeking's reasoning. I do feel like if you don't do anything, somebody's going to buy this for GB and it'll be a multifamily apartment by right. That's what happened out here on James Island. You know, people were debating what would we like the old movie theater to be? Well, sorry, it was GB, and it turned into 180 units of multifamily housing overnight.
Yeah.
So that's what happens.
Yeah.
And we do have control, by the way, at TRC to shape these decisions for the ingress egress.
Well,
Mayor, if I might just add, Mayor, because Jeff Randolph is emailing me because he was trying to get on, and Don Oglesby is on, but we don't have his number registered. And Michael Mathis, who's a part of Keith Benjamin's team, they also met with SCDOT to look at the entrance off of Dogwood, and they suggested and recommended the entrance, the ingress egress off of Dogwood versus 61. So they suggested as well to this developer and his team that ingress egress was off of Dogwood and not 61. And probably a month or so ago, I did share with Councilmember Shealy, knowing his concerns about traffic, that their goal was to have their ingress egress off of Dogwood Avenue. So this information has been there. Y'all didn't ask Councilmember Waring, so that's why you didn't know. But
no, that information needs to be provided to all of us.
Well,
we should be finding this out now.
Right, I shared it with Councilmember Shealy, and I called you as well because I knew you all would likely confer. And I said at that time, the goal was to do ingress egress off of Dogwood. Subsequent to that, Councilmember, they went ahead and did a preliminary TRC, met with TNT staff. TNT staff brought in SCDOT staff to confirm that that was the better option for this development in light of what their goals were. So,
but the goal of getting something and acquiring the tract of land is hugely different. I'm hearing tonight that they actually acquired the tract of land for the ingress egress. That's a hugely different than having a goal.
They acquired the land. They acquired the Dogwood land almost the same time as the other portion of the land from the presbytere. So it was a goal always to have the adjacent property because the swath that comes in off of Dogwood actually is adjacent. It literally feeds in.
I saw it on the overhead.
Yes,
So
sir.
we can be assured that there's not going to be a bait and switch. In other words, we vote for this tonight, they get the zoning, that ingress and egress will be off of Dogwood.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. That's correct.
Brady, I saw your hand up a minute ago. You hadn't been recognized yet.
My question that I had got answered.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councilmember Shealy, who we started with, and then let's try to move on.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councilmember Appel had his hand up.
Okay, Councilmember Appel, since you haven't been heard yet, then we'll end with Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me first say to Councilmember Shealy, I completely sympathize with the traffic situation on 61. I mean, I'm not over there all that much, but I hear the horror stories. I know it's awful over there, but we've got to get infrastructure prioritized at a state and local level here, not us, really with more of the county to help us on these issues. Because if the litmus test is going to be we can't add another car to overburden, heavily trafficked roads, well, then we might as well just downzone every undeveloped parcel, in West Ashley and James Island and et cetera. I mean, I just don't think that's a tenable result. The other comment I would make is, we're getting way ahead of the curve. We're putting the cart way in front of the horse right now in this technical discussion about, access points. I mean, this is a rezoning. This is just to talk about use. This is a downzoning. This is making the development potential on this property less intensive. It's taking away development rights. Most of the time when you downzone property, property owners are going nuts. I might suggest that, in complicated areas like this, one of the benefits of the PD is you can really get a much better, much clearer understanding on the front end of what you're actually getting, what the site plan is going to look like, all the different, there's more of a design element in a PUD than there is in a DR1F rezoning. And it seems like that's kind of the struggle here. And I'm certainly not suggesting, we go back to the drawing board on this, but maybe as a cautionary tale in the future, if we're going to be doing some of these great projects, affordable housing has to be our priority. Maybe we address some of these valid concerns that, our colleagues have and our residents have by putting a little bit more of the design on the front end through a PUD, just so everybody has a much clearer understanding of what we're getting. Thanks.
Councilmember Shealy, and then I'd like to call the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, if we were looking at West Ashley revitalization, we'd be looking at putting a business here. And I heard what Mr. Morgan said. If you put a business there, though, people are coming from the opposite direction to go to that business. We should be looking for businesses in this area to fill a general business zone. And we should not be putting additional traffic on there. Now, the ingress egress, I think it's important that somebody's not pulling out there, but they still have to either get on Magwood Road or they have to get on Ashley River Road. And further up, that traffic is horrible all the way till you get to 526 there. I think one of our most dangerous intersections, I don't know, Mr. Benjamin may or may not agree with me, but there's an accident all the time at the corner of Ashley Crossing and Magwood Road. It's the most dangerous intersection we probably have anywhere. Well, these people are going to be going through there. And the problem is people are trying to take a right turn on Magwood, right or left, but they're trying to make a turn and they're trying to come out so quick so they can get in that traffic because there's a stop sign there. We're going to have more accidents there if we put more cars on the road. Or they got to come out on Ashley River Road, and it doesn't matter what the egress ingress is. They're still going to jam up the traffic there by putting their vehicle on the road. So I think the ingress egress thing it's important. I really didn't realize, I'm sorry if I didn't hear correctly about that property belonging to them. But I don't think that it really matters. We're going to put more traffic. The traffic doesn't end where this property starts. The traffic continues well past Magwood Road. And these people are either going to have to get on Ashley River Road or they're going to have to get on Magwood Road. And both of those roads are completely locked up, congested in the mornings, and we're just going to add more vehicles. And it's just not right. We should be looking to put businesses, we should be listening to the West Ashley revitalization plan where people live, work, and play. We're not doing that. We're putting them where they're going to live there and they're going to drive out of West Ashley to go to work. It's just not right. It's not fair to my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I need to put something on the record. You know, we went directly into the discussion. So for E2, we have 5 people opposed to the zoning ordinance of 2421 Ashley River Road. They say it will have a negative impact for existing residents and everyone that commutes along the area.
Understood.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor, though, to approve. Gregory made it and seconded by Councilmember Jackson.
Correct.
Further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so would you like a roll call? How do you want to do that, Mayor?
Yeah, let's have a roll call.
Okay. Councilwoman Del Chapo,
Aye.
Councilmember Shealy,
Nay.
Councilmember Saccharin,
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell.
You're muted.
Oh, I'll unmute him.
I have to say aye.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Brady,
Nay.
Councilmember Gregory. Councilmember Gregory,
Yes.
how are you voting?
I'm saying yes for it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councilmember Waring,
You're on mute.
Councilmember Waring,
I'm voting nay on that.
Councilmember Seekings,
Aye.
Councilmember Shade,
Aye.
Councilmember Griffin,
Nay.
Councilmember Appel,
Yay. Yes.
Councilwoman Jackson, Councilwoman Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Tecklenburg.
Yes.
Okay,
And passes.
it does.
All right, now for third reading and ratification.
Moved.
Move for approval.
Second.
Is anyone voting differently? We'll just record the vote the same way.
Same way.
All right, the motion passes. All right, thank you. And we will ensure through the TRC process that the ingress egress is off of the side road and the traffic impact is kept to a minimum. Next, Mr. Morgan. Let's take 3 and 4 together.
Okay.
We will move through those. Let's see, let me get my, okay, sorry, gonna advance the slides. Okay, so 3 and 4, yes, they're both related to 2 West Ray Street, excuse me, in the west side. TMS 46004010103. It's almost half an acre of land. It's owned by the Charleston Local Development Corporation. It's at the corner of Ray Street and King Street. And it has multifamily residential to the north and to the south, and commercial uses to the east and to the south as well. And then the west side neighborhood surrounds those other commercial areas. And the request is to go from general business to mixed use workforce housing MU1 WH. It's also a request to go from the Old City Height District 2.5 stories to the Old City Height District 3 stories. And in the Century 5 plan, it is in our urban area, which would encourage densities that correspond with the surrounding area. However, we do have a aspect that we have a good location of mass transit in this area, and we do have good walkability in this area. So that helps with the extra density that would come from this rezoning in this urban location. You can see the image here has the LDC structure on it, as well as surrounding parking, and you see some of the surrounding neighborhood here. And then you zoom in a little bit more and again, can see the structure closer. Here are the surrounding, I believe it's the King's Crossing apartments, which I believe are affordable units as well to the north. And those are the 3-story buildings that you see surrounding it. And here it is from the street level. And again, from the street level. And Planning Commission recommended approval of both of these items by the vote of 7-0, and staff, of course, recommended for them as well.
Anyone from the public registered to be heard on this?
No, I don't have anyone signed up for those two.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, move for approval.
Second.
Okay.
We've discussed this before. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. That's for numbers 3 and 4. Now for third reading and ratification on both.
That's correct.
Have a motion and a
So
second.
moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you. Mr. Morgan, number 5.
Okay. Here we have 1814 Harmon Street in the 4 Mile Hibernian neighborhood in the neck of Charleston. Tax map number 46402000052, approximately 2 acres at the corner of Harmon and Herbert Street. It's a request to rezone from general business to light industrial. This is a property that has had uses on it that almost look like light industrial type uses, but it has been zoned GB for a good while, and the owners are interested in now zoning it to light industrial. In our plan, let's see if I can advance this. Whoops. Okay, in the Century 5 plan, it does show as industrial, so that would be in keeping with the Century 5 plan. Here is an aerial image of the property. You can see it does look almost like an industrial use that surrounds it. And we have a closer view of it with containers and other things stored on the site. And here we see large numbers of tires and other vehicles on the site. And here's a street level view. And here we have more views. At Planning Commission, staff recommended for approval, and Planning Commission did recommend approval at a 6-0 vote.
Any public comments on this one?
Not for number 5, no.
Move for approval.
Comes to
Second.
council.
Second.
Mr. Morgan, I have one question out of curiosity. I happen to know that been operating as a retread facility to put a new tread on big truck tires. And just curious, is that allowed under general business? As you say, it does look like more of a light industrial type of use.
Yes, sir. When they came into us, we were kind of shocked that it was still zoned general business, seeing what was going on there. But I can only assume that they have had their business license and either they were grandfathered or they have had a business license that complies with the general business zoning.
Right. So probably grandfather, but if I came in today and wanted to open a retread shop, could I locate it in a general business zone?
I know you can put retread tires on a vehicle and all in general business. I don't know if you can actually do the retreading function of the, the tires, and I'm not sure of
I
it.
have a question for Mr. Lee. All right, any other discussion, question? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
You guys have it. That was only for first reading. So back to Mr. Morgan.
Okay. All right. Now we move to the Laurel Island PUD. This is on the peninsula, of course. It's tax map numbers 464000006, 002, 023, 038, 0 and 459, 02, 00013, and 461, 13, 03, 024. It's approximately 196 acres, including the old Laurel Island area itself, as well as some other parcels that are on Morrison Drive. It's a request to rezone from general business as well as heavy industrial and Upper Peninsula zoning and to the planned unit development for Laurel Island. It's owned by a combination of the LRA Promenade Group and Charleston County. And we'll go through some slides now that give you a sense of it. Of course, it's in our industrial and urban core recommendation in the comprehensive plan. So of course, very intense use is called for in those types of categories. This is an aerial view of the property. Can you all see my cursor at this moment?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so again, this is the old landfill over here. This is the current county recycling center here on Romney Street. This is an older bus depot here. This is the County Development Disabilities Board facility and some other county offices there. So those are the parcels that are involved. A little bit closer zoom in on the Marsa Drive parcels, and you can see the nature of those, essentially all paved and built on site here, as well as here and at the recycling center. And then a little bit more of a zoom in from an aerial and the recycling center. Okay, so these are slides that discuss the PUD that's on the proposed for the property. And I should give a little bit more background here on the existing zoning for just a second. And that is the fact that with the current zoning, you can build a good bit of residential, as well as many heavy commercial and industrial operations. You can have 19 units an acre under heavy industrial for residential. So you can get to several thousand, if not almost 4,000 units on the property. So it's a very intensely zoned piece of property right now. You also have a height district that's on the property at present that allows unlimited height as long as you have certain setbacks from the right of way. So it's a very intensely zoned piece of property. And what is proposed is this PUD that we will kind of go into some of the images from. Again, this is giving you a sense of where it is on the peninsula. I'm going to move here. This is a conceptual site plan that shows the streets that would be constructed on the site. Again, a continuation of Romney Street in this location here. A bridge from the end of Cool Blow Street that would bridge over Morrison Drive and the railroad tracks. So there would be unobstructed access from the railroad standpoint, unobstructed access to the site here. And then ultimately another connection from Brigade Street to the west, linking in with Brigade up around the Ridgeview neighborhood. The street grid was kind of copied from areas within the city and is based on city level street grids. I'm going to advance, and these are just some of the images. So here we have the height districts that are proposed. Again, we worked carefully with the developers to make sure that in the view shed of the historic cemetery to the north, and also from the two-story Bridgeview development, that there were lower heights, that we have just 2.5 and 3 stories in this light blue color. Then you go to a little bit greater height in the middle here with 8 stories, and then a 12-story district at the very center that has the access to the most ways in and out, as well as the portion of the site that is most prominent from coming in from Morrison Drive. The areas in green are open space, and I'll go into those in a little bit more detail in a minute. And this is an image of just conceptual boxes on the site for how those heights would be laid out. Again, there's already a good bit of height that has come in with new development adjoining Morrison Drive, such as the new technology center that is being built for the digital corridor, as well as other new apartments in that area. And these would be in similar scale with a little bit more height towards the very center here, where it's most buffered from surrounding areas. The open space would be very significant in the development, nearly 70 acres of open space and nearly 40 acres that would be publicly accessible, usable open space. Just for comparison, Hampton Park area is about 55 to 60 acres. So you're talking about something that is on the level of almost the size of a Hampton Park that would have lots of publicly accessible trails that go around the edges of the site. All the edges of the site would be accessible to the public, as well as some play fields that would be located in close proximity to the Bridgeview development, and then interpretive trails around the Robert Mills ruins that are at the edge of the old landfill here. So a very good addition to the green spaces within the city of Charleston here with this proposed development. I'm going to move here, and here are the images that give the details of those open spaces. And then we have just, this is the overall site plan here. Perhaps a very significant other aspect of the development is the affordable housing provisions. 10% of the units will be affordable housing for perpetuity, and 10% of the units would be affordable housing for 10 years from the overall issuance of certificate of occupancy. The overall build out in the program is for 275,000 square feet of retail, 2.2 million square feet of office. Of course, I've already mentioned the 39.2 acres of park area, potential for 400 rooms of hotels, and potential for 4,260 dwelling units. And of course, 20% of those would have to be affordable units. All right, so this was reviewed by the Planning Commission, and they had a number of conditions that they suggested. And this is working together with staff. So I'm going to read through these just for clarification.
Back to those numbers you gave us again. I got,
yes.
Thank you. You went fast, and it is a big project. Thank you.
Or the square footage numbers? Okay, so it's 276,000 square feet of retail, 2.2 million square feet of office, 39 acres of park. That's the usable open space aspect of the park. It's 70 acres of overall open space.
Great.
400 hotel rooms, and residential of 4,260 dwelling units.
Thank you.
So 20% of these are the conditions that recommended from the Planning Commission, that 20% of all housing will be workforce housing, with 10% of all units being permanently affordable and 10% of all permitted units being affordable for 10 years. Upon permitting for 1,278 residential units, the development will have achieved 20% of those units as affordable units. Upon permitting for 2,556 units, the PUD will have achieved 20% of those units as affordable units. This is to make sure that as the development progresses, that even with early phases, we're still getting a good 20% of the affordable units. Planning Commission was concerned that the start time of the 10 years of affordability period will be adjusted to begin at the issuance of certificate of occupancy, or as otherwise directed by the Department of Housing and Community Development. Again, this is for the affordable housing. That's the 10-year period. There was also 10 years that is permanently affordable. Then the third condition is at 50% of the residential units permitted, 10% of the retail square footage and 10% of the office square footage would have to have been constructed, assuming road connections have been completed, allowing this level of square footage. The fourth condition was that the development have the 39.2 acres of usable, publicly accessible open space. The only change to this figure would be due to acts of God or federal or state regulatory changes. And then fifth, the Planning Commission asked for a condition that there would be no gates on any of the streets in the development. With those conditions, staff and Planning Commission recommended approval, and it was a 7-0 vote at Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Ms. Turner Maybank, is anybody from the public signed up to be heard on this matter?
Yes, we have numerous people signed up. We have 11.
A lot.
Well, we have, yes, I think it's a total of 11. We have, I think, 9 that have signed up to speak, and then 2, I'll read the comments.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so do you want to get the speakers first or the comments first?
Doesn't matter. Give us the comment first.
Okay, so the comments are 26 people oppose the development of Laurel Island. And the other one is 1 person would like City Council to vote in favor of Laurel Island.
Okay.
So,
Let me interrupt you for just a second, Vanessa.
Okay.
Councilmember Saccharin.
Thank you, Mayor. Vanessa, I have a constituent that texted me, Marcus McDonald. Is he on that list?
Marcus, let's see. Yes, he is.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Marcus
Thank you.
is
All
on.
right, thank you.
All right.
Great. So let's proceed to those who signed up to be heard.
Okay, the first person would be Lawrence Green.
All right, Mr. Green.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a member of the East Central Neighborhood Association or community. I spoke at the Planning Commission meeting and requested that the vote be deferred due to lack of community engagement in East Central. Given that I invested that energy, I felt it necessary to call in and speak here. On the 24th, with the assistance of the Laurel Island team, we had a community meeting in East Central. For the project, in which they gave a very thorough overview of what the project was going to be and paid special attention to the Cool Blow street improvements, which was a concern. Of the people who were involved in the meeting and I spoke to at that time and afterwards, there wasn't anyone that I spoke to that felt like their concerns weren't answered or said anything negative about it. And that's my comment.
Great. Thank you for sharing that, Mr. McGreen.
Okay, so next is Scott Parker.
Thank you. So my name is Scott Parker. I'm a landscape architect here in the city of Charleston. And I speak tonight in support of the PUD for Laurel Island and its approach to the creation of new park space for our city. I applaud both the amount of new parks that will be provided and the locations of the parks that will assure public access to the water's edge that surrounds the entire island. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Betsy LaForce.
Betsy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you. Betsy LaForce speaking on behalf of the Coastal Conservation League. We've been following the Laurel Island project for many years and have met with the applicant on this latest proposal numerous times and would like to reiterate our appreciation of the applicant's receptivity to our feedback and their consistent willingness to incorporate many of our comments. Each time we've met with the applicant, the project was more fleshed out than before, which is positive, but indicates that more work needs to be done around design and land use details before the PUD is ready for a vote. Laurel Island is one of the last remaining large-scale development sites in the urbanized area of Charleston. City Council has an enormous responsibility of recognizing that this is a responsible place for growth, while also ensuring that the city does its due diligence to require that the PUD document, which is legally binding, will clearly chart the most appropriate path forward for a development that will transform the look and functionality of the Upper Peninsula for decades into the future. A master plan for the site should be part of the PUD process, not established after the rezoning as currently proposed to happen with the creation of Laurel Island's own design review board. We'd like to touch on a few key points of concern. Firstly, the Conservation League has serious concerns around the lack of public engagement for this project. We understand that public outreach during the time of a global pandemic is very challenging, but we are still in the midst of a global pandemic and therefore shouldn't be taking any action on this major development until the city is able to properly host public meetings to meaningfully engage and inform the citizens about this project. Regarding the green space, we would like to commend the applicant for their designation of usable open space in the form of pocket parks, paths, piers, and active recreational facilities. And we support the Planning Commission's recommended condition to require that the PUD commit to a minimum of 39.2 usable acres of publicly accessible open space. With regard to the affordable housing component, we commend the applicant for including 10% of the total units to be dedicated permanently to workforce housing. That is a voluntary move that we recognize. However, this is the city of Charleston's last chance to permit a sizable new development in the urban
Betsy,
center.
you're at 2 minutes. Mayor, she's at 2 minutes. Do you want her to continue?
Yes, ma'am. Please wrap up.
All right. Frankly, the applicant's proposal to include an additional 10% of workforce housing to expire after 10 years doesn't go far enough to address Charleston's urgent affordability crisis. We encourage that the expiration date be extended to 99 years with an option from the City of Charleston or a certified affordable housing organization to acquire ownership of the units upon the expiration date. The excessive block sizes out.
Please wrap up.
All right, suffice it to say that the City Council shouldn't take action on this project until the points previously stated are addressed and the public has a better chance to understand the details of the proposal. There's only one chance to get this right, and with such a large-scale development, decision makers should by no means feel rushed to take action on this, especially in the midst of an ongoing pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
3 minutes. Okay. All right, next is Andy Gowder. Andy Gowder.
Mr. Gowder is on the line. If anyone is asked to speak, if you could please press *6 on your phone, and that will unmute you if you're joining by phone.
Now I'm unmuted. Thank you very much for that information. And thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations to you on the recognition of your service to the city.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for your time. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Society is not opposed to the development of this site, and the plan has improved with limited public input. There have been improvements to the plan's provision of 39.2 acres of usable green and open space, and with the proposed connection to the low line and to provisions for affordable housing. But the Society continues to have two primary concerns with the PUD. One, public process, and two, the PUD's lack of specificity and predictability. On the public process, the level of public engagement in this process has been inadequate by the norms of the City of Charleston and under the law. We have previously sent council and the mayor a separate letter detailing the problems with the public hearing before the Planning Commission, which silenced many who wished to speak at that hearing. I ask that you refer to the details in that letter. In August, we asked the Planning Commission to require the applicant to pause and undertake a more comprehensive and deliberate effort to properly inform the community about the details of this project and obtain resident feedback. We ask that of you now. Second, the PUD lacks an adequate land use plan, and its still vague provisions for development give unusual zoning authority to the developer, unchecked by the city's existing authority over zoning and development. The law requires that the developers of Laurel Island provide a land use plan as an integral part of the PUD. What is included in this document does not meet the definition of a land plan adequate for a development of this size, scope, and importance. The PUD also gives way too much discretion to the developer once the PUD is approved. While the PUD calls for the plan to contain the amounts of retail, office, and dwelling units you heard earlier, under the conversion matrix in Appendix B, the developer of Laurel Island can build by right, without further review of the approval of council, 11,589 dwelling units, up from the stated 4,260 dwelling units. In addition, the proposed structure permitting an internal architectural review board to determine the form and design of such significantly scaled buildings is flawed. We're concerned that the language of the PUD could be interpreted as providing the Laurel Island BAR with the authority to change key zoning regulations such as uses, densities, and parking with no need for city approval. The PUD takes an unprecedented level of control from the city and gives it to the developer. We would ask that the city government retain some regulatory control.
Please wrap up.
May I wrap up? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Retain some regulatory control over the development of Laurel Island as it is built over the coming decades. We have other comments on workforce, housing, and traffic impacts in our letter to council, and we would respectfully request you carefully consider our points and send this PUD back to Planning Commission for a more extensive input from the community, resulting in a better PUD that is more specific and the development allows over the coming decades more predictable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Okay, next we have Megan Mills to be followed by Robert Clement.
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Megan Mills and I'm speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Low Country Lowline and offering the comment on the Laurel Island PUD. We support the Laurel Island's projects of inclusion of a minimum of 39.2 acres of green space with connections to the lowline. The Friends of the Lowline agree that the unique nature of the site as an island should be celebrated and that the network of green space and parks will be integral to the overall plan. We support their emphasis on connections to public transportation and the incorporation of bicycle and pedestrian routes. We support connecting Laurel Island to the community, to the future Lowline Park that creates pathways so that people can use cars less frequently and walk or bike to the wonderful amenities on the peninsula. We see this as another opportunity to create east and west extensions on the Lowline. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the public and private sectors to create a world-class park for green spaces on the peninsula and support the Laurel Island's plans to their commitment on the preservation of the outer waterfront perimeter of Laurel Island for bikes and pedestrians. We need to approach the new development with a multimodal transportation, not just single vehicles, and keep green space top of mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Robert Clement.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations on your awards tonight. Well deserved.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Robert.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, members of council, on behalf of the Laurel Island team, I'd like to thank a number of different groups and people, particularly the residents who have given of their time to attend virtual and live meetings and charrettes over the last 7 years and give freely of their comments and opinions to make our PUD and the plan better. Thank you to Charleston County Council, the Coastal Conservation League, for helping make the Cool Blow Street access possible. Thank you to Dominion, formerly SENG, and Charleston Water Systems for their collaboration on how to best serve the island and make our systems the most resilient in the community, and to enhance the quality of life of Charleston's peninsula residents. The Historic Charleston Foundation, the neighborhood associations, Preservation Society, the Coastal Conservation League, for working so hard and consistently reviewing and commenting on our multiple renditions of the PUD and the plan to make it better. City Council, County Council, and the Charleston County School Board for their support of the TIF. Most of all, I'd like to thank the City of Charleston's planning staff, Christopher Morgan and Jacob Lindsay, and Regina Shaw Johnson, who was instrumental in helping us create our affordable housing plan. We've come a long way. We've got a long way to go. We've got to do the design guidelines. We've got to get bridges. We've got to get roads approved, all of which will be public. I'm proud of the plan for setting new standards for usable green space, bicycle and pedestrian mobility, permanent affordable housing, connectivity to the water, preservation of view corridors, potential preservation of Singleton Park, securing the Exxon and Robert Mills ruins, and for reducing the overall building heights across the property and changing the zoning from heavy industrial to mixed use. We are here. I have my whole team with me. If there are any questions, we'll be glad to answer them as you progress. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Reg Christopher.
Mr. Christopher.
Good evening, and thank you for having me and allowing me to speak this evening. My name is William Christopher, and I'm a registered professional engineer, and I've practiced in Charleston for over 30 years, specifically in the area of geotechnical engineering and environmental engineering. I'm also renovating a house at 59 Cooper for my family, and we'll be moving to the east side soon. After being involved in many development projects in the Charleston area, I want to speak in favor of the Laurel Island project, and I am in favor for several reasons. First, that the engineering approach to this project is basically taking a former landfill over soft soils and turning it into a wonderful piece of the peninsula of Charleston. That is a difficult problem from both an environmental and geotechnical standpoint, and it's basically reclaiming property that lots of times is not used to this effect and this gravity in the community in other areas. The designers have put in place a design approach that is both resilient and durable. The design is for elevations to be 8 to 15 feet above the new FEMA maps. And the island will not depend on existing peninsula drainage. So those are important facts. This is something that takes something that is many times thrown away as not being able to be used, and is taking a piece of property and is having a wonderful use. And I wholeheartedly support the Laurel Island effort and look forward to seeing thoughtful development add to the character of Charleston. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we have Eddie Bello, to be followed by Rhett Riddenbach. Eddie?
Eddie?
Yield some time to you. Hi, actually, I'm Eddie Bell. I'm with the project team. There's nothing really I need to add other than we're very proud of the plan. There's been a lot of work that's gone into it. We feel like it's a great addition to our city. It's part of our city. And again, we're just excited to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Rhett?
Yes,
Rhett?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Good.
I see.
My name is Rhett Rottenbach. I'm with the Revere Group. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm a civil engineer. I've been working closely with the design team on the development of the Laurel Island PUD. I've been working on the property for a long time. I'm here with the team to answer any questions as we progress through this proceedings. I'm also here to yield some time to Mr. Hellman, who's another member of the design team.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Brian Hellman here with the team as well. And we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
Okay. Next, we have Marcus McDonald.
Marcus?
I think I heard.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We got you. Please proceed.
Hey, hello, members of the council. My name is Marcus, and I'm calling on behalf of Charleston Black Lives Matter. We have several issues with the PUD as it is currently standing, and we urge the council to defer this decision and in order for the PUD to get further, for further community outreach, because as said before, the community outreach is lacking, especially during the times of pandemic. The virtual and even some of the live meetings are not enough in order to get this information out to the public. And there's one item in particular on the PUD that we find extraordinarily deceptive, and I'll go ahead and list it. It's actually on their section 2.4 of the workforce housing section. And what it says is, it gives, okay, I'll say exactly what it says. It says, nothing herein shall prevent or prohibit the relocation, replacement, or reduction of the overall percentage of workforce housing within Laurel Island site from time to time. And what this actually says is, even if they have the 10% housing, they can reduce that percentage or just, do it completely away with it. And even though the 10% perpetuity is great, we ask that we at least have that 20% to 30% perpetuity in workforce housing, because this is a once in a generation chance to build more affordable housing. And like somebody previously said, we need 52,000 units of affordable housing by 2030 to meet the current need. So if we're gonna give them this PUD, we need to ensure that they don't do what they said in their PUD, that they can reduce it or change it at any time they please. We find that very deceptive. And also, and this is my final point, in regards to the PUD, it needs to be fleshed out, and it also needs to include things about prioritizing minority contractors in the building in this PUD, because we feel like that's an important part of this as well, and making sure that it is a place that's inclusive for everybody, because where it is now, there is nothing in the PUD that says anything about, prioritizing minority contracts and what have you. So that, and also in regards to the Cool Blow Street traffic, that is also an issue that needs to be resolved before we go along with this. So again, I urge City Council to defer this vote until, as I said before, the community outreach and the PUD is finalized to be more fleshed out. And that is it for me.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your
No problem.
comments tonight.
Okay, final one is Winslow Hasty.
Winslow.
Winslow, I don't see him.
Good evening. Good evening. Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Winslow Hasty with the Historic Charleston Foundation. Thank you all for allowing us to speak. As I think you all know, we've been actively engaged with the developers on this project in this iteration since mid-February, and our goal is to ensure that this project becomes a model for infill development on the peninsula. We want to see it enhance the surrounding neighborhoods, and we want to make sure that it contributes to Charleston's overall sense of place. We are proud to say that many of the key improvements to the initial proposal were made, suggested by HCF, and we appreciate the development team's willingness to address some of our concerns. This PUD proposal is markedly improved with changes recommended by the Planning Commission. However, there's still areas where HCF has concerns and where we think additional improvements should be made before final approval by City Council. First of all, we do want to acknowledge the significance that 10% of the proposed housing will be, affordable housing, will be permanent. That does not go unnoticed. That's a huge, huge deal. But we also believe the additional 10% that has been proposed after some pushback from Planning Commission should be designated to last for more than 10 years. We would push for 25 since we think that brings it more in line with other affordable housing requirements in the city. We would like to see more detail on the management plans for the Robert Mills and Standard Oil ruins on the property, which are really less understood and require more documentation, interpretation, and stabilization. And we think that needs to be an important part of the project. Second to last, the height zones adjacent to the Robert Mills ruins are proposed for 12 stories, and we feel like because of the adjacency to those important historic resources, we'd like to see that shaved down, tapered down, so that large new buildings don't overshadow that area, sort of the northwestern edge of the island. And then lastly, we would like to see, understanding that the design guidelines are going to be a process that's going to follow this PUD approval, and we understand that, and it's going to be, the public will be involved, the BAR will be involved, but we would like to see a clear linkage between the guiding principles that are embedded in the PUD, which we think are extremely important, and then the later Laurel Island design guidelines that are going to be developed. We want to make sure that in particular, the design guidelines that are going to be developed subsequently include a strong commitment to sustainable and resilient design and construction. So those are all our comments. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much.
So Mayor, I have the final comment, and this is coming from Eli Polyakov, and it says, the Charleston Redevelopment Corporation, CRC, is providing this letter regarding the proposed affordable housing initiatives for the Laurel Island Plan Unit development. The CRC is an independent, nonprofit, non-governmental entity founded by the City of Charleston, the Historic Charleston Foundation, and the Housing Authority of the City of Charleston. The CRC focuses on the development and preservation of affordable housing in the Charleston area and helps secure local, state, and national funding for long-term affordability. The CRC includes the Palmetto Community Land Trust, which places land in long-term trust protections to ensure affordability and accessibility for future generations.
All right. Thank you very much. So I think that's the end of public comments. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So the matter now comes to council.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Mitchell and a second by Councilmember Brady. And I actually saw Councilmember Gregory's hand up first. So Gregory, Mitchell, Jackson, then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to vote for the project also. However, in showing the recommendations from the Planning Commission, particularly those that are related to the affordability. I would like to recommend one change because I think as relates to the affordable units that are for 10 years, that 10-year period starts to be counted once the occupancy permit is provided. However, while I do see in the recommendations from the commission, it does provide the Department of Housing and Urban Development with some flexibility. However, I think instead of at the time of the occupancy permit, that somehow we should try to amend the plan to say at the time the units are leased. While it may not appear to be a big deal, after occupancy, it may take 60 days, 90 days to lease up. However, our 10-year clock has already started. So in order to preserve as much of that 10-year of affordability, I would recommend that we start counting the 10-year of affordability at the time the units are leased.
I hear you. All right, Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mayor. I just want to tell the council members and you that I was working with the developers a long time, over and over again. We had various meetings, and my advice was them to reach out to all the neighborhood associations around, even the one that's not particularly right next door, but to reach out to all, and which they have done that. And when they went to the planning commission advised them to do the same when I mentioned that to them. And if changes come, I always advise them, I'll call them if changes come that we have to make some changes to some certain things, and they have worked 100% with me on various changes that I have asked them to do. So I'm going to support the project, but even what my colleague said, Councilman Gregory, I'm going to ask the developers to look into that also, just to take that under consideration and look at that to see if that's something that we can include into this PUD to make sure that this might kind of answer some of the questions for the community, if you may. And a lot of people said they don't hear about it, but I had them to go out to all these different community organizations and to go out in the community, pass out flyers, to let them come to different meetings to hear about the plan. Even they was doing various virtuals on the plan, showing them the way the plan is going to be at all this time. And this happened yesterday. So, we have to take upon ourselves to get involved in certain things when these things are coming about, not wait until the end. So when we put things out for them to come forth, they need to start coming forward and start coming in the latter part of it and call back and say, nobody know about this, nobody know about that. That's not true. You see, they know about it, but they don't come and take heed on it when it happens, when we put it out. And that's all we can do really is give you the information that these things are out there, but you have to come forth and take initiative to come forward. So I'm asking even the developers to look at that, what Councilman Gregory stated. And I believe if people have suggestions or have any problems, you can give them a call and work with them and see how you can work things out. And maybe this can keep things moving forward instead of coming to a halt. So you can give them a call. And then you can also give me a call because it's happening in the district I represent. So I'm going to have to get out there and speak with them too. So I'm there because I'm meeting with people every day. They'll tell you I'm always running. I'm running crazy like Miss Jackson. She's always on the go, but she's got me beat sometime when there are all these different meetings. I don't go to all these different meetings, but I'm running in the community that the district I represent. I'm out there. That's where I represent, District 4, and I'm out there. So that's what I'm telling people. They need to get involved. And if they have something, they can get in touch with me. I can get in touch with the developers and say, look, you have to do thus and so, to appease the community. And that's all I have to say on that. But I'm going to support it.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. And I'll remind council that this is first reading tonight, so they will have the opportunity to consider anything like that and come back to it before second reading. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I really do appreciate that you go the extra mile to make sure that people who are not as tuned in or acclimated to check all of the websites and read all the newsletters or whatever, that you go door to door and find people in your neighborhood to make sure that they are aware and providing their opinion, especially for something this momentous. I was very happy to hear from Mr. Green tonight. I listened to the Planning Commission deliberation about Laurel Island, the two officials that they had, and I also listened to several of the virtual meetings around the community. And I'm really glad to hear that Mr. Green's neighborhood, did have the opportunity to be brought into the process and feel like they've had all of their questions and concerns answered in the short term. I guess, and I'm going to support that we give this momentous project a first reading tonight, but I do feel that our responsibility as the council is to do more than just agree that this is the best plan that has come for this location in anyone's memory. I have the benefit of not having to go through all those iterations. I did watch the charrette with the Andres Duani's team back in whenever that was. So I know a little bit about all of the blood, sweat, and tears that's been put in to how to use Laurel Island land as one of the best and the best located, best situated. I do believe that we should be overjoyed that we're not having to worry about elevation and stormwater concerns here. This really is one of the safest places to do a drainage system. I'm convinced of that. And I think the civil engineer and all of their team has done a great job of documenting that. So that's really my theme. The documentation, I think, is a responsibility of the council. And whenever these neighborhood meetings have been held and the Planning Commission has met, it's really been the plan that this fabulous developer team has put together, and they're going to work, their brains out, I'm sure, in coming years to make sure that this plan turns into the outcomes that they've all envisioned a lot longer than we all have as a group. But our responsibility as elected officials is to make sure that the zoning is going to stand the test of time here. We're creating a unique zone, as we all know, and it's going to go far beyond my lifetime. Maybe Councilmember Appel and Councilmember Griffin will still be actively working and serving the community by the time the last item of this property is built out and celebrated and dedicated. But the rest of us are going to have to trust that what is being presented to us is actually most likely to succeed. And I really feel like that's our responsibility. So I've been asking that question as often as I can. Are we sure among our experts and ourselves and our legal team and our planning staff that what's represented in the PUD document is actually the vision that we're all excited to approve? And I do feel like that question, we've heard different bits and pieces of examples of where we're not quite sure about that. There are some places in the actual document, and I confess, I have not read 557 pages of the legal document that will actually be the zoning for this location. So we're going to have to rely on the expertise of others who have read it and have now been able to focus in on some of the things where we know there might still be some inconsistencies. Or, I mean, I personally do not want to see this property ever turn into 11,000 and some units. So if that is really a possibility with the way the PUD document reads, then we need to do something about that, in my opinion. And I do feel like there are some other places, the gentleman, Mr. McDonald, pointed out, we don't want the future builders of this property to have the opportunity to say, well, at some point in 2020, we were putting forward 20% of all the residential units would be affordable. And then, okay, 20 years in, somehow we get the opportunity to say, no, we have to diminish that percentage. So I do think these are probably just iterative things that have come together over time as the PUD document has been written and drafted and finalized and rewritten and revised at the suggestion of everyone. But I do feel like we need the extra time. So I would either propose that we have a work session as the council. I think this would be a great opportunity to use the Gilyard, as we've been saying, would be a great place to try and, put to the test that we can meet in public, that we could invite representatives of the Planning Commission and all of the other stakeholder groups who've been giving their input to the developers directly, so that we could hear what they literally had to say instead of an open meeting like this right now, where we've had a snippet, but not the full throated evaluations and opinions from the stakeholders who've been following along with this project for years. I think it's worth our time to do that. But if the council can't see that we could have a full work session, then I would ask that we have a group of volunteers from the council that works with our legal team and our planning staff and the stakeholders, and make sure that we're cross-checking the plan for what the PUD document is literally going to say at the end of the day. So I'm going to vote for the first reading, but I do hope that we can figure out how to have a very meaningful drill down into what the document looks like compared to what we all believe the plan that we're wanting to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have and can take that opportunity to do so between now and the next reading. Would anyone else like to be heard on this matter? Councilmember Sack and then Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm probably going to try to distill down Councilwoman Jackson's comments to just two bullets. I'm very, very supportive of the plan. I think, Robert and his team have been very responsive to me. So thank you, Robert, for that. The one thing that I have continued to hear is feedback and engagement. I realize that we're in the midst of COVID. I realize this project has been going on for a while and a lot of hard work has gone into it leading up to this. But I think it is our responsibility to not just, push information out passively, but I think it's our responsibility to at least engage the folks that want and have the interest and do it in a way that we can do it over the next couple of weeks. I'm not trying to delay it. I'm certainly going to vote for this first reading, but if there's anything we can do in terms of reaching out to the neighborhood associations for one last opportunity for them to either come to a virtual meeting or come to an in-person meeting at the Gilyard that Councilwoman Jackson mentioned, I'm fully supportive of, and I think that would go a long way, in particular in the Wagner Terrace and Hampton Park Terrace and North Central. So those are my comments. I think we owe it to our constituents to at least offer that opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. My comment's more of a general comment, but it definitely applies to this. This particular item is a really, really hot topic. It's a big one, and it's going to take up a lot of time. But we have a lot of other things that are important too. And, I'm looking down at the clock. It's 8 o'clock at night, and we're still in the public hearings. One way that we could fix this is these big ticket items. Maybe we should have special meetings specifically for them and have that item where we don't have to rush. We can get all of the public opinion and we can debate it. Because I feel really bad for all of the people that are sitting on the line waiting for citizen participation, who are probably, at home, probably need to cook dinner for their families. And they've been sitting on the phone for 3 hours and we're still in the public hearings. So I feel like we can't ever get the best of what we want to accomplish because we have such a loaded agenda with items, and everything's important. And we've always let somebody down. And in this case, we're letting all of the people that are waiting to speak during citizen participation down, but they shouldn't have to wait for 3 hours to speak, and Laurel Island shouldn't be minimized. So I would love it if we could I would be more than happy to meet more regularly and have some special meetings. Items like this, if we get a planning document that's 600 pages long, then it's a big deal, and we only got it within the last couple of days. So I would be happy, more than happy, and I don't know about everybody else, but on some of these really big public opinion projects, if we put those out to the side and did a public hearing for those by themselves, because they're just so important. Just some food for thought.
Absolutely. Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Appel and then Shade. Seekings and Gregory. I see you letting everybody be heard for the first time. Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to do my best to try to contain my excitement for this project, because this is exactly what good urban planning is in the 21st century. It's infill, it's density, it's putting development near transportation corridors. It checks all the boxes. That being said, I understand how a project of this magnitude can get people concerned. So, I mean, I tend to think that maybe having another public engagement along the lines of what Councilmember Jackson and Saccharin and several others have talked about is not the worst idea. I would just like to point out and kind of attempt to frame this discussion moving forward. I mean, you know, for a development of this magnitude, this expense, this planning horizon, it's impossible to etch into stone with specificity exactly what you're going to get. I mean, who in 2019 knew we were going to be dealing with a pandemic and all the other things we were dealing with this year? It's very difficult to lock yourself into such a prescribed plan. No zoning does that. We just got finished earlier today talking about GB and the laundry list of uses that are allowed under that zoning category. This document that's before us right now already goes so far and beyond, you know, sort of hemming in what's allowed. I just want to set expectations because, you know, there's no way, you know, all these different contingencies and hypotheticals and, you know, concerns are ever going to be able to be addressed in 2020, you know, with a plan of this magnitude and temporal scope. So I'm all for giving it a closer look. I'm all for making sure we do our jobs. But let me tell you guys, there's a lot of municipalities around the country that would literally be doing backflips of joy to have something like this come into their jurisdiction. This is exactly what we need to be doing. And the more we do this, you know, the less development perhaps we would need to do, you know, down Ashley River Road and Highway 61 and on James Island and some of these other places where we know development is not up to snuff, or we know the state and the county have not been pulling their weight on infrastructure for decades. I mean, this is what good, smart development in the 21st century looks like. And a lot of great work has been done. And I look forward to the steps to come. And hopefully one day, if I, you know, eat my vegetables and keep exercising and get a surf in every once in a while, I'll be able to see, you know, when I'm an old man, you know, maybe the last CO issued on this project.
Thank you. Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor and I went out on Saturday to walk this area, and I was just impressed with the size of this project, and also impressed with the amount of development that is surrounding Romney Street, Brigade Street, and Cool Blow, and all the other areas on this side of East Bay Street. And certainly has, in my lifetime, this part of the city of Charleston has changed. I remember when this was all part of what was called Auto Mile, or Auto City, and with all the car dealerships going up and down East Bay Street and Morrison Drive, and it has changed from this this commercial, industrial size area around here. This project is on the magnitude of what we're going to see developing in West Ashley at the Epic Center, the old Citadel Mall area that we now call the Epic Center. So this is going to have a huge impact on this part of the community. And the concerns that we've heard from a lot of folks are genuine concerns as to what it's going to impact on the east side of Charleston. Y'all may have forgotten, but back when we were going through the early stages of COVID-19, I raised this concern about having folks the ability to communicate and participate in voicing their concerns and voicing their objections to projects of this size. And we've heard it. I mean, and this is what's happened tonight. I don't want to steal Councilmember Mike Seeking's thunder on this, but one of the things we probably need to do with this is have a workshop on it so that we do hear from folks. I'm not in favor of a meeting at the Gilliard. I've expressed my concerns about that. We're still in a COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of us will be exposed to a deadly disease if we meet in large groups of people. So let's get that out of our heads again, folks. But we do need to have a workshop on this, and we do need to hear from the community and make sure all the voices are heard. I'm certainly going to vote for this tonight. I congratulate Robert for what they have been doing with this team and the scope and size of this project and what it really will mean to that whole community and to the peninsula part of Charleston. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Seekings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief because it is late and we've heard a lot. So I've heard the words infill development a couple of times tonight. This is a little bit more than that, I think. I mean, we're looking at 60 residential units, a couple million square feet of office space. It's a big development. I don't know how many residential units are on the peninsula, but this is going to add a significant percentage of those units into our community. And I do think it would be a good idea for the team to get together and have a council workshop. There are still things in the community's minds that come to us as council members that we get asked every day, including today. And I know this is highland and it's up in the northeastern portion of the peninsula, but I'd like to hear from y'all about the infrastructure that's going in on the front end for stormwater, how it's going to interplay with where we are with stormwater. That's on everybody's mind. So a workshop would be really helpful for us to be able in our community to talk about this 40-year development. So sometime between now and second reading, not to slow things down, but just to hear from what you all have to say and answer some specific questions about this project on the design side rather than conceptually as a PUD, I think would be very advantageous for us collectively as we go forward. And that, just ensure that, I mean, this is the biggest development that will happen on the peninsula in our lifetimes, just to make sure that we can communicate back to our constituency about the things that are on their mind that aren't just specific to this project, but how this project interplays with all the concerns that are out there in mobility, stormwater, and the like. So I'm gonna vote for it for first reading, and I look forward to seeing a time when we can virtually do a workshop and answer some specific questions if y'all don't mind. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Back to anybody else who hadn't been spoken yet? Councilmember Waring.
Councilman Gregory had his hand up before I did.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow the practice of letting.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he spoke already. I didn't
spoken yet to speak, and then I come back for second.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
listen, I'm going to vote for this for first reading, but I agree with Council Lady Jackson, Griffin, Saccharin, even Appel and Seekings. It's kind of moving consensus here that we need maybe a little bit more openness to the process. I agree with that. I think you call it a workshop or whatever. I know it's been a long time now, and a lot of people have been talking around a joint meeting with council and the planning commission. I think this would be a great one to do this on. I remember, and you do too, Mr. Mayor, about 20 years ago when the State Ports Authority wanted to put Global Gateway on that piece of property at the tip of Daniel Island. And Mayor Rowley and council had a meeting at the Dock Street Theater. Actually, it wasn't at Dock Street Theater. It was at the old Gilliard at the time. Okay, and if you may remember, Bernie Gloscos did his presentation. I'll never forget that. But that said, it was huge. This is also huge. Mr. Goddard said something that picked my interest up when he said that the hearing at the planning commission somehow was less than normal, let's put it like that, and limiting public input. We don't need to have that potentially. I understand that's one person's opinion, but we don't need to have that one hanging out there. And we've got time to give this first reading and maybe pull together. Respectfully, Councilman Shahid, I disagree with you on having something at the Gilliard. I think we can have it properly spaced, and yep, we can't limit it, let everybody in, but we can have a better, improved public hearing than we certainly haven't tonight. It's been 7 years, and these developers have done a tremendous job trying to answer all questions, getting it to this point. But lack of public input should not be one of them in particular under this COVID piece. We go to Costco, we go to grocery stores, we go to Home Depot. We put on our masks, we space properly, and we get things done. And I think the city can get this one done on this one. So a special hearing on this one, I would agree with that one, and I would certainly support that. But I am going to vote for the first reading. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, now back to Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, I'll be brief, Mayor. As I said earlier, I am going to support it. I have no problem with an attempt for additional public input. I think public input is extremely important. But perhaps I'm a little different, because the reason why we have staff, okay, is to do staff work, okay? And when staff does their work and makes a recommendation to me, okay, as a council member, I take them at their word. I don't want their job. I don't want their job, okay? I don't have 24/7 to work on some of these items. I'm just not going to do it. That's the reason why we have staff and the reason why we have an administration led by the mayor. So for me, I will participate as best that I can. This is a huge project, but this is not our last bite at this apple. Even if we had third reading, we're still going to have another bite at this apple in terms of the issues that might come up along the way. I think that that's part of makes this a good project, because it's a PUD. And because it's a PUD, there will be incremental times through this entire process over the next 20 or 30 years, okay, for public input. And I go back to something that Councilmember Mitchell said, okay? When we extend ourselves to do the kind of marketing and outreach on a project as large as this, one that we've been working on now for over 7 years, it's been a long time getting to where we are. And there are a number of people that have not really had that privilege to be a part of this entire process. And I just end the way I started. I don't want Jacob Lindsay's job or any one of these department heads' job. I don't want it, okay? And as a manager, as an ex-manager, I depend on staff to give me the appropriate recommendations. And I'm not saying fly blindly, don't get me wrong, okay? But I'm saying to at least have enough information to be able to discuss it with them intelligently. But I don't want their job. And at some point, at least for me, when it comes to staff, and I'm talking about across the board, not just our planning department, okay? I hold them accountable when they make recommendations to this body. We can talk about this for the next 20 hours, but I don't want to do it. There are recommendations here from staff and from the Planning Commission. And I'm done with that.
Okay. Would anyone else like to be heard? So let me just suggest to council, and I see Robert and his team listening. There have been some questions raised this evening that I think are appropriate to be answered. The way the calendar falls, we actually have 3 weeks until our next city council meeting, being the end of September until the second meeting of October. So maybe that first full week of October before our next city council meeting, we'll have another special meeting, a workshop meeting, if you will, where action will not be taken, but where we would allow the developers to answer any of these questions that have arisen tonight and accept further comments from the public. If that's acceptable for everyone, I would propose we do that. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember, I agree wholeheartedly with Councilman Gregory. I don't want their job either. Yeah. I think we're having so many meetings and so many meetings. I mean, we're having meetings all through our nose right now. And right now, you know, we are council members, but we are having a whole lot of meetings, even along with the various committees that we are on and other commissions that we are on. You're gonna burn it, we'll be burned out. I mean, as council members, and mayor, we will be burned out, and you'll be just sitting down there pulling your hands up because you're tired. Because we are having more meetings than any municipality that I know around in this Charleston area or this county. I'm gonna tell you that as facts. No one have as many meetings that we have. Through this
I'll
whole,
take that under advisement.
I'm telling you facts. These are facts. So I go around and check. They don't have the meetings that we have, and they are not on the committees that we are on, the various committees that we are on, that we have to go to these various committee meetings. Half of them don't do that either. So we are doing a marvelous job, but we have our staff, and that's what the staff is there for. That's their job. That's their job, the staff, to bring things back to us, and we go through it that way. But I think, Mr. Mayor, Chip McQueenie had his hands up. I don't know, he might want to say something.
Okay, Chip McQueenie, you want to say something?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Lindsay threw me under the bus, but he just wanted me to clarify whether or not the Planning Commission approved the first reading or recommended approval of first reading subject to certain conditions. And I just wanted to clarify whether or not the motion on the floor includes those conditions recommended by Planning Commission, which I think Mr. Morgan covered, or if we're just giving first reading without those conditions.
No, it was our intent, I believe.
With the condition.
To include the condition.
Yes.
Yes.
With conditions.
We have concurrence on that?
Yes.
I believe,
That was my understanding.
Yes.
and the development team, they actually agreed to those conditions, correct?
Yes, sir, we did. And I think that we are in favor of having this meeting that you're talking about. I think that an awful lot of stuff that's been brought up seems to be some confusion over legal language. And it may be beneficial if the attorneys for the city could meet ahead of time with our legal counsel, because I think that this is just being misinterpreted. And if it's between Mr. McQueenie and Mr. Hellman, they could perhaps tweak the language or whatever to eliminate this confusion, because there's no intent on our part of being confusing. So I think that could help, and that could, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Gregory, perhaps I could shorten this meeting that we're talking about.
Right.
Trying to address their feelings.
Well, I'm happy for the attorneys to get together, and I agree from what I've heard this evening, the thing that concerned me the most was that we might agree to something today and 10, 20 years from now, it's something different. That's a great point to make clear between our legal staff and your folks that we get that straight. I think as a council, we definitely want to have that straight. So let's go ahead and take action on the first reading. We'll get together. I'll take all this in advisement. We'll get the legal team together and then get back to y'all on a step forward between now and the next meeting. Any final comments? All in favor of the first reading, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. So thank you, everybody. I know this is drawing the meeting out again somewhat, but it is an important matter. It is a big matter for our city. And so we just got to put the time into it. So thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Morgan, for number 7.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, so number 7, these are the next few are annexations. So we can go through these pretty quickly. This is 2444 Quail Hollow Court in Pierpont, West Ashley, TMS 35516000069. It's a request zoning of diverse residential DR1. It was Office General in Charleston County. It's actually just down the street from the Homes of Hope townhouses that you were just talking about earlier. It's an annexation of an existing residence. For whatever reason, at one point it was zoned office in the county, but all they want to have is the residence in this location at DR1.
All right. Does anyone from the public want to be heard, Vanessa? You're on mute.
Vanessa, you're on mute.
She retired.
She can't unmute herself apparently. Vanessa, we still can't hear you. No?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we got you.
Okay, I couldn't get through Philip's thing, but at any rate, so what was your question?
Anybody from the public want to be heard on this matter?
No, not for this. We don't have any more people from the public until we get to citizens participation.
Move for approval.
Second. Approve. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. Mr. Morgan?
Okay, this next one is 2229 Weepaloo Trail and Ashley Hall Plantation. It's an infill annexation. It would be zoned SR1. It was R4 in Charleston County, and SR1 matches the surrounding zoning in the city.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the ayes have it.
And then we have zoning E9, 1551 North Pine Bark Lane and Pine Point. Another infill annexation. It would be SR1. It was R4 in Charleston County, and SR1 is how we've zoned other parcels in this neighborhood.
Move for approval.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the ayes have it. So thank you all for getting us through the public hearing matters. Next is to approve our city council minutes. For approval.
Second.
And Vanessa, this is for both
Now-
August 18th.
Yes, August 18th you had, and I think you've had an opportunity to look at the one for September 8th. We were working on that, so I don't know that you've had an opportunity to approve those, but they're ready. They were sent out.
They were sent out. Does anyone object to approving both of them?
Well, it's up to city council. I don't think they've had an opportunity to read the September minutes yet.
That's who I was asking.
Second.
Hearing no objection, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
The ayes have it. That was to approve both.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next is our citizens participation period. How many folks do we have signed up to be heard, Vanessa?
Okay, so let me see. We have a number of people. Citizens participation has 12 people signed up, and then for comments, we have 8. So if you'd like for me to read the comments first and then go to the speakers, as we did last time, I can do that.
That'd be fine.
Okay, so the first one, it says 31 people are in support of the Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards. Next, 19 people support the MOU between Enough Pie and the city to allow community art at Vivian Moultrie Park. One person said allow more public participation at planning commission meetings. All voices need to be heard. Another person said another person said they're against removing wetlands as it is home to wildlife. Increased building increases traffic. Another person said they were satisfied with the street block sizes, mix of uses, parking concealed by buildings, and ample park green space. One person said, please ensure the architecture blends well with nearby historic peninsula areas. Another person is against building more hotels, luxury apartments, and movie theaters in the city. And finally, one person said, keep the mask ordinance in place. The number of COVID-19 cases in Charleston has decreased.
Great.
All right, so now I'll go to citizen participation. The first speaker is
Vanessa, if I may, you had how many? A dozen folks?
12.
12, yeah. So given the hour, let's see if we can keep it to a minute and a half each.
Okay.
Give them some time to close out. And if I may just suggest, under this format, if you just call out 1 or 2 names at a time rather than 3 or 4, it seems to work better. Great, thank you.
All righty. We'll start out with Winslow Hasty and Steve Saltzman.
Good evening. This is Winslow Hasty. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Thank you. I just thank you for taking up the St. Julian Divine smokestacks issue and hearing from Craig Bennett. I want to applaud City Council for voting to defer that issue 2 weeks ago. As was discussed this evening during Ways and Means, we are very concerned about the preservation of those stacks. And we did supply an offer to the mayor to get a second opinion, just because we think there's always other approaches that can be taken, and we will continue to assert that. I am glad that you also deferred taking up the issue, so appreciate kind of removing the urgency factor on this issue. But we continue to be very concerned about the fact that, you know, on the city's watch, these iconic structures were allowed to deteriorate to the level where they become a public safety hazard. We are concerned that the city really has known about the condition of these structures for several years now. And to that end, we have issued a FOIA to the city to get all access to all reports and inspections and bids and estimates so we can better understand the timeline. But our concern is that the city has been aware of this issue for much longer than is being discussed. And we are very concerned about the city not following its own preservation rules. And, you know, there's demolition by neglect rules that are on the books that the city is supposed to abide by. And we're concerned that this is going to open a door for private sector citizens to also find a path to go around the BAR and other preservation regulations. So this is a much bigger issue than just the smokestacks, and we just really urge the council to proceed cautiously on this issue, as you already have shown that you're willing to do. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next. All right. Steve Saltzman. All right, we'll move to Leanne Bain. Leanne.
Miss Bain, if you're on the line, just press *6 to unmute yourself. I see where she's registered.
Okay.
Miss Bain, are you there?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello? Okay. Hi, good evening. Thanks so much, Mayor and City Council. My name is Leanne Bain. I'm president of the Charleston Tour Association. And a little bit later on, you'll be discussing tourism in Charleston. And as you know, our business has been decimated by the virus. And we are looking to, we have followed the guidelines and restrictions that we put in, and we completely understand those. Excuse me. But we're looking for a little relief. Several of our businesses are barely holding on. It's costing them more to do business based off of the numbers restrictions that they are receiving. The federal government money is running out, and so we are in desperate times. We're looking to see if we can work with those restrictions to help be able to develop some business coming up in the near months so that we will be able to survive the winter. And I know a lot of you are going, wait a minute, you know, this is dangerous. We understand what the virus is about, and we are doing everything in our possibility. And carriage tours and walking tours are outside, so it's very safe. We are able to distance our people. We are wearing masks. We're doing sanitations. We are talking to our customers, making sure that they are following no fevers, those types of things. And so we'd just like for y'all to consider please helping us with these recommendations to give us a little more numbers that we'd be able to survive this winter and be here next spring for you all. We are an important economy for the city. We do pay taxes to the city, and you use our money to help do these other initiatives that are going on. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. Okay, Karen Beard and Whitney Raniero. Karen Beard. Okay, Whitney Renera. All right, we'll move to Thomas Berry. Jennifer, do you see any of
Hello?
these? Okay, what is
Hello,
your?
this is Karen Beard. This is Karen Beard.
Okay, Karen.
Karen Beard, yes. I'm speaking for the Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards, whose focus is to ensure that residential areas, schools, and daycares are kept safe distances from wireless antennas. I'm speaking in reference to the memorandum we filed with Council on September the 8th, which outlines the case for slowing down the deployment of wireless antennas in Charleston. And I'm encouraging Council tonight, please, to take time to study that document. The document addresses the FCC's lack of oversight, local government's power, the liability insurance issue, and options for revising the current small cell ordinance. The document is thorough, and it will take time to study and review the index of materials that we provided on thumb drive. But when you study it, you will understand that our group has sufficient reason for bringing the concern of densification of wireless facilities to your attention. And we are confident you will begin to take significant moves toward in the direction of using the precautionary principle for the residents of Charleston. And I'd like to point out to Council tonight that we had 31 members from the Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards who took the time to call in tonight in support of our speakers. Thank you, Council and Mayor.
Thank you.
And Vanessa, I think Ms. Renero is on the line.
Okay.
Ms. Renero, if you press *6.
Okay, we'll come back to her. Thomas Berry. Thomas Berry. Kate Nevin. Is there a Kate Nevin or Nevin? Okay. Amelia Voda something. Amelia.
Good evening, Mayor Tecklenburg and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This is Amelia Votavka. Mayor Tecklenburg, in July, you stated, quote, with COVID-19 cases continuing to rise at an alarming rate, we need to do everything in our power to flatten the curve before hospitals are overwhelmed and another shutdown becomes unavoidable. And the only way to do that is if we keep working together and keep following the 3 W's. Wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear a mask. According to the South Carolina Department of Health, for the entire state of South Carolina, we had the highest number of reported cases on July 18th at 2,351 cases. Today, we have 739 cases in the state. Of the cases reported in South Carolina, the majority have been ages 71 years or older, and 78% of deaths have been with comorbidities, according to South Carolina DHEC. Today is September 22nd. It is time to move to the next phase where we unmask the healthy and we continue to support the vulnerable population in our state. The way this looks is healthy people go out without masks unless we choose to wear one, and we all continue to wash our hands with soap and water. We continue to avoid touching our faces. We continue to maintain a healthy social distance, and if we are sick, we stay home. We continue to support the vulnerable population by allowing them to wear masks, offering curbside pickup at stores, and stores that continue to have specific shopping hours for vulnerable continue to do so. The government never promised that we would never come into contact with coronavirus. The point of wearing masks was not to overwhelm the hospital systems, which we never came close to, and it's time to move to the next phase and unmask the healthy. A lot of people will still come into contact with the virus. Their immune systems will deal with the virus and they will get over it, get well again, and continue to go on with their life. The state of South Carolina has a recovery rate of 93.5%. 93.5%, according to South Carolina's Department of Health's website. This is incredible, considering our population of South Carolina is 5.149 million people. The choice to wear a mask should be left up to the individual. It should not be forced upon them with a punishment of a fine. It is time to remove all mandates, open our beloved holy city, and let our valuable law enforcement get back to what they do best, stopping real crime. I ask for you to return to the choice back to the people of the city of Charleston. Thank you for your time, and God bless America.
Okay, so the second person is the seventh person is Kevin, who has the same last name as Amelia. Kevin? Okay, so maybe he changed his mind. Derek Milligan. Derek Milligan? Evelyn Berga. Evelyn? Okay. I guess this is Lynn's Piper Loomis. So next is John Laverne. Is John out there? John was my intern when he was at the Citadel. John?
That's a true story. It was just 29 short years ago. And Vanessa, I'm here to tell you, you look exactly the same. I look like I'm 105 years old. How you've managed to pull it off in a very stressful environment, I have no idea. But from the bottom of my heart, you're going to be missed. You're wonderful. And thank you for your guidance and put me in a career that I absolutely love, and that's showcasing my hometown. So thank you for that. But in addition to singing Vanessa's praises, want to point out a couple things. I am owner of Bulldog Tours. We do a variety of walking tours in town, and we've been in business for 19 years. And as a locally owned business, I want to ask City Council and the mayor to please lift the restrictions. It's making it incredibly hard on not only myself, but 50-some employees and then the other tour companies as well. My company in particular, we do walking tours. We're outside, we're socially distanced. We were safe for COVID before this pandemic even came around. And kind of as proof that we do a great job of keeping everybody safe, we have over 50-some employees on the payroll. Not a single one has tested positive for COVID. And that's because of our increased, cleaning regiment here in the office. We've let some of our salespeople work from home. Our tour guides are making sure that our customers are aware to keep distance and all that. And my son is 13 years old. He has an immune deficiency, and I would not be asking to lift the restrictions if I didn't think for a second that we could keep our people safe. Make sure I cover everything. We've taken everything really serious. And then also want to kind of wear a different hat for a second. I am the vice chair of the Charleston CVV Board of Governors, and I'd like to speak on behalf of all the tour companies, walking tours, carriage tours, bus tours, boat tours, kayak tours, and mention that our tour companies members are local companies and they're operated by locals, and we're your constituents, and we need your help by lifting the restrictions so we can get back to operating at our regular capacities. This isn't about greed. It's about saving our jobs and our companies and bringing life back to the city. With the pandemic, Charleston's sidewalks are now too often deserted and depressing. We need people out enjoying our beautiful city. We need our streets to be vibrant again. We need visitors. Okay. Yeah, we'll keep wearing masks. We just need some help on the tour capacity, please. Thank y'all very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And finally is Derek Evenhouse. Says Derek has no phone number.
Hey y'all.
Whitney is on.
This is Derek. Can you hear me?
Yes, Derek, we can hear.
Hey.
Good evening.
Thank y'all so much. As you said, my name is Derek Evenhouse, and I am the general manager of Old South Carriage Company and Walking Tours. First off, I did want to just say thank you to all the council members and mayor for taking us through the last 6 months. I know this has been difficult, and running this business has been hard to survive in this environment. But since reopening for us, tourism has been committed to safely operating in a way that allows our businesses and others to restart after this long shutdown. We have offered not only visiting tourists, but locals alike the opportunity to get out of the house or get out of the hotel room and safely explore our beautiful city. After now 4 months of operating safely and constantly reviewing our standards, safety procedures, we believe we can operate in a way that allows other aspects of this original emergency ordinance that was set months ago to change in this ever-evolving COVID climate. As John mentioned, our tourism capacity for having people per tour has been capped at to 10 people. And really the reality of that has been far less. A lot of our tours are going out with just 6 or 7 people, just based on the numbers of groups that we have sitting on these carriages or on these tours. As a business, our cost of operating has increased significantly, and the number of guests that we've been able to take out has gone down. Now, the majority of my employees have missed out on the most productive season of the year and only have one last hope for a good fall season before we get into winter. Now, our number of guests have been climbing ever so slightly over the last month, and we are hoping that we're able to rally in the upcoming few months. Now, we believe we can continue to operate safely with all of our cleaning and protective methods, but we're asking for the participant capacity numbers to be lifted. Now, like John said, we are also an outdoor and open air business, and we've got a good track record. Now, we're committed to continued safety practices for all of our staff.
Time, Derek.
Yes, alike. And we're just hope that y'all can support in lifting the capacity restrictions of these struggling local tourism businesses. But thank y'all so much for hearing me out.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate it.
That's the
And
end of
Miss-
my list. Well,
Miss Renero is on the line. I think she was trying to speak earlier.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Welcome.
Okay, great.
Proceed.
I am also speaking for the Charleston Coalition for Wireless Safety Standards. As listed in the memorandum that Karen was speaking about earlier that you received, there are 4 ways in which the current small cell ordinance can be revised to be more protective of the public. 1, to prohibit antennas from being erected, installed, or operated within 300 feet of enemy residence, school, or daycare. 2, require independent third-party emissions testing. 3, require all involved to have general liability insurance coverage. 4, regulate placement of wireless antennas based on historic considerations, aesthetic integrity, property devaluation, and insufficient fall zones. The city of Charleston does not have to be intimidated by the threat of a lawsuit under the 1996 Telecommunications Act. The TCA points out that there is no risk of cities having to pay monetary damages. The worst that can happen is that the federal court will order the city to take action on the permit. If based on substantial evidence, the city has a great deal of latitude to make decisions that protect the Charleston residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I think
Thank you
that's
very
it.
Anybody else out there, Jennifer, that we missed that has presented themselves or shown up?
I don't see anyone.
Okay, terrific. And Vanessa, you think that's everybody?
I think so. Yes, I called out their names a couple of times.
Great. So thanks everyone who participated in sharing your comments with us. We appreciate it very much. So that ends our citizens participation period. Next, we'll go to petitions and communications. Before we approve these appointments, I do want to share with council that I had intended to also have recommendations to you just by tonight for consideration of our next meeting, some new members on the Tourism Commission, and I will get those to you this week, and we'll consider those at the next meeting. So before us tonight are the Citizens Police Advisory, Minority Business Enterprise Advisory Board, and Board of Zoning Appeals Zoning.
Move for approval.
Approval. We have a motion to approve. Any
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. So next, pretty briefly here, I just wanted to give council a report. Katie McCain has been working arduously with our Resiliency and Sustainability Advisory Committee. I thought it was notable, I should say, that Katie has gotten us to the point where we have a new numbers, a new benchmark on our greenhouse gases. And I thought that was worthwhile to report to everyone. So Katie, you want to take it away? Give us a little report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So the Resiliency and Sustainability Advisory Committee met on September 10th, and all 13 members were present. The first item on the agenda was the Charleston City Plan, and Christopher Morgan gave an update about how the plan has started and the public input process is open and how it will be synergistic with all of our flooding related plans and studies, such as the Dutch dialogues and the flooding and sea level rise strategy and the new climate action plan. He said that this plan is putting water first and that there are 2 upcoming water labs actually tomorrow, and all are welcome to join. You can sign up for these labs on the city plan website at charlestoncityplan.com. Next on the agenda, I spoke about sustainability next steps. So I went over, we just recently completed our FY 2018 greenhouse gas inventory. This was pretty exciting. So I went over a review of this inventory, and it shows that our emissions are actually decreasing 15% from 2002 to 2018, despite significant increases in population and of course, economic activity. So while this is a very good thing, of course, we have a lot more to do. We will use this inventory as the basis for updating our climate action plan. And that was next on the agenda. So I talked about the climate action planning process, and this basically outlines actions to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, a key goal in this strategy is outlining climate mitigation action items that would be supported by both the community and of course, City Council. So we're excited to have many of you be part of this process. The new strategy will of course be drawing inspiration from the Green Plan, which was done in 2010 with a whole lot of community input. So we'll essentially be updating that plan. And a climate action task force will create the goals and initiatives of the strategy, and they will report back to the Resiliency and Sustainability Advisory Committee, who will then make a recommendation to City Council on that plan. And just like the Charleston City Plan, there are numerous ways to get involved in the climate action planning process, and all that information is posted on the sustainability web portal. Next on the agenda, Mark Wilbert talked about the Army Corps of Engineers Peninsula Flood Risk Management Study. The Corps staff and city staff have been going through all the comments submitted by the public. There were over 1,000 viewers that were estimated to have been engaged on the project, even though it was a virtual engagement. So that was pretty exciting to see that number so high. Mark mentioned the city and other partners have been participating in a visual impact analysis of what the barrier could look like. The next big meeting is the agency decision milestone in October. And of course, we're very excited that there's another public input session, and that was expanded, and that will occur in early 2021 when the optimized plan is released. So stay tuned for more on that. The next item on the agenda was mattress recycling, and I gave a quick update about how the city received a grant from South Carolina DHEC to support a pilot project for a mattress recycling program. So we'll test how we collect and transport these mattresses. And this program is, of course, currently being created, and hopefully we can kick off the first recycling by the end of the year or perhaps in the new year. So more information will be forthcoming on that. And then the next item on the agenda was the Charleston Rainproof update. And I gave an update on this. There is a new map on our website that aims to showcase all of the rainproof projects in the city. Anyone can add their project to the map. We encourage residents, businesses, organizations, you name it. I know Mayor Tecklenburg and Councilmember Jackson have already added their rain gardens to the map, amongst many others. So you can, anyone can go on there and add that to the Rainproof webpage. There is also a new mini grant program to incentivize new rainproof projects. So we were able to partner with Keep Charleston Beautiful and the Clean Cities Sweep to subsidize $200 worth of native plants for the first few projects, new rain gardens this fall. So if anyone's interested in applying for those funds, they are still available, and they are open to residents, businesses, and organizations in city limits. And we just ask that you share your project data on our new showcase map so others can learn. And then finally, the last item was the Charleston Medical District, and Christine Von Collins gave an update about how the medical district leaders have been collaborating with lots of stakeholders in the city to develop flood reduction measures and this holistic plan for resilience in concert with other city plans, and to the effect that, of course, working together, we can achieve more. And then we had a public comment period. I believe two people spoke, and our next meeting is on November 12th. And that's all.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Katie? Thank you for that update, and I'm sure you heard it, but that was pretty remarkable that over the last 20 years, even though our population has increased by 50%, our greenhouse gas emissions have been reduced by 15%. So that's a trend in the right direction, and Katie and this task force will be coming back to council either later this year or early next year with our updated climate action plan that will continue to reduce our greenhouse gases, which is important with the high tides that we're seeing if we want to keep our feet dry, as the Dutch would say. Okay, so next up is to approve a proposed settlement agreement. Chip McQueenie, I think, is going to make a quick presentation on this.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to, if it's okay, I'm going to share my screen if I can get it to work. This is actually, City Council approved this back in February, and it's a settlement agreement arising from a BZAZ case for Carmela's on 190 at 198 East Bay Street. It's a dessert bar. They sought a late night use. There was a miscommunication between myself and the claimant's or the plaintiff's attorney, which was Carmela's, about the time. Basically, City Council approved this with a after midnight capacity would be limited to 44, and the plaintiff's counsel had asked for 1 a.m. After 1 a.m., the capacity be limited to 44. City Council approved the midnight version. The settlement agreement was not finalized because it was not approved by the court, and the plaintiff's attorney did not agree to the midnight versus the 1 a.m. So I've discussed with planning staff to get their recommendation. They were fine with changing it to 1 a.m. From midnight. The purpose of that is to stop people from gathering outside. So once they hit the capacity, they can't let more people back in. They would not have to eject people at any point in time. So if they're over the 44 after 1 a.m., they don't have to kick people out, but they can't let anybody in at any time thereafter, even if they go below 44, because you don't want people waiting in line to get inside. That's the only change to the previous version approved by council. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion. Any questions for Mr. McQueenie? All in favor, please say
Mr.
aye.
Mayor, I have to abstain from that one as I did back in February because we own a property at the same site. So.
Understood. Let the record show Councilmember Waring's abstention. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you.
Is our update on the city's response to COVID-19. I'm going to call on Tracy McKee to give you a brief update on our numbers. I think she's going to call on our Emergency Management Director, Shannon Scaff, to make a remark about that or another emergency management matter. Tracy?
Sorry about that. My screen froze for a moment. Can you all see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. So just a quick, brief update on COVID and where we stand with COVID right now. So I showed this graphic to y'all a couple weeks ago. It's just a visual of how kind of we're doing in South Carolina in comparison to the rest of the country. You might remember South Carolina here was kind of a neutral color. The darker green the color, the more cases are decreasing. Redder, they're on the increase, and we were pretty neutral. So this was a snapshot I pulled today. So you can see that cases are increasing kind of in the western states. And we are in South Carolina now a pale green. So that's good to see. if nobody saw it, or for those of you that might have missed it, DHEC did release a new analysis of their mask ordinances. So this was kind of their third iteration through this. And really what they've concluded, there's a lot of data and some statistics in that analysis, but it really, the effectiveness of masks is clear from the data that they've analyzed. So really quickly, how are we doing as a region and in the city? So the dark line is the positivity rate. Is the number of tests performed is the dark line. And then the orange bars are Charleston County new cases, and the gray are City of Charleston new cases. So it just shows that we are declining in kind of all of those, number of tests done, as well as new cases. At the city zip code level, these are kind of the rolling 7-day numbers. And so it's new cases per 1,000 as well as the infection rate. This dark blue line is actually the infection rate. I've got this 1.0 highlighted here in red. What that indicates is where we kind of go to a green with our new cases per 1,000. Last time, a couple weeks ago, we were still in the yellow zone for that. So now you can see based on those bar charts in gray that we've actually gone below that 1.0 threshold. So where are we with our current indicators? So we are green pretty much across the board. Our positivity rate, and that's the positivity rate for Charleston County. It's over the past 14 days. So last time that was 11%. So now we're at 7%. So that's starting to go down. And I think I mentioned the last time, WHO recommends getting under 5% positivity rate. So we continue to move in the right direction, which is great. Quick update on employee cases. Still only 1 hospitalization, which is very positive. We've had 123 total cases. We have 0 currently active cases, which is fabulous. And 635 employee tests have been done, COVID tests. While I have you captive for just a moment, I wanted to bring up the U.S. Census. That is probably coming to a close very soon, although that's still a little in flux. But now's really the time to get that last push. And so just to for those that might be watching on YouTube, and just for council members to, remind your constituents to make sure that they completed the census, because it's really important for our entire community. So how are we doing right now? Our response rate for the city of Charleston is currently at 64%. We're actually behind where we were in 2010. So in 2010, we had about a 68% response rate for the city. In South Carolina, we are a little bit ahead of the state, but not by much. South Carolina response rate is currently 60%. The United States overall is at 66%. We can drill down to different areas of the city. We can get down to the census tract level if council members want to see what the response rate is in their particular district. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me, and I'm more than happy to help you with that and help you get the word out about getting people to take the census. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, Shannon was going to, he thought it would be better to talk about this past weekend's activities at the Public Safety Committee. So Public Safety Committee should be on the lookout for an update from Shannon on that. And I'm happy to take any questions people might have about COVID or the census.
Councilmember Shade.
So Tracy, our numbers seem to be on the right side with our COVID numbers. And is there anything that you can tell us that we're, besides the mask ordinances, that we're doing well with, keep those numbers down? And my second question is, what can we do to help get better response for the census?
Yeah, so those are great questions. You know, number one, with COVID, I'm not a medical professional, so I can just really kind of tell you what the data is telling us. And definitely, you know, the mask ordinance is clearly, according to DHEC, extremely important when they look at comparing jurisdictions that have a mask ordinance in place compared to those that don't. So that's definitely, that's, you know, by their studies, that's clearly extremely important. As far as the census, I don't know if John Mitchell is still on, but he's been kind of running point for the US Census for the city. But definitely, you know, I think, you know, so anything that you can provide in social media, there's some great tools to kind of post some things on social media and whatnot through the US Census. And I'm happy to share those links with y'all and help you get access to those if you'd like.
If you would just email that to us, Tracy, I think that'll be helpful, because the idea about the census is just so self-evident as why the census matters. It goes into allocation of federal monies, grants. It's across the board benefit, not to mention redistricting lines on congressional districts and state districts. It is critical. Your areas can get underrepresented if you don't get those numbers out. And I know we're late in the evening, it's 9 o'clock, but those who are listening on this, and whatever we can do as council members, we need to make sure these numbers are pretty good, but we really need to get these numbers up to 85%. So Tracy, whatever you can send us, so we can send out on social media to keep the push up. We just need to be doing that.
I'd be more than happy to do that. Absolutely.
Tracy, if I may observe in a nutshell, it looks like the peninsula of Charleston has the worst response rate. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. One thing to kind of maybe take note of is I think the worst kind of response rate area is probably due to the fact that we probably had a lot of students counted in those census tracts in 2010. And with COVID, those students were not living in those census tracts on April 1st, which is the date that that counts for the big count, if you will. So that could be impacting that as well.
Of course. Councilmember Jackson.
I was going to ask Tracy if you would just volunteer to send us our individual districts, you know, how we're doing so that we can be motivated. And then I was going to, I'm sorry if I missed it, but what is the cutoff date? Is it October 1st or October 30th? 31st.
I think that is still up in the air. My understanding was that I think it's the end of September actually that there's talk of extending that because due to COVID, but I don't think that that's been determined yet. I'll get those details and send that out through email.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very important. And then you just said something right before I was raising my hand about April 1st is the big one. What does that mean? Are we out of luck?
The census was based on where you lived on April the 1st.
Right.
So that was the big date. If you were a student 10 years ago and you were living on Vanderhorst Street, but this year you were back at home with your parents on April 1st, then you would get counted back home with your parents rather than in your apartment or your residency in the city, if that makes sense.
Correct.
All right. So, and did Shannon Scaff have anything he wanted to add to our report, Tracy?
He wanted to actually give his report to the Public Safety Committee.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Terrific. So let's move on with the matters that we are asking for approval on, mostly renewals on COVID-19, and I'll call on Susan Herdina in just a second. But just in a nutshell, here are the things that I view have changed. Well, the extending the state of emergency is not a change. That's the same. As I promised y'all the last meeting after we discussed the amplified music, if our numbers stayed at least on the same good trend that they were, that I would bring you amendment to that or a change that allows live music and amplified music up until 11 o'clock rather than at 9 o'clock. And then most of the other ordinance we're asking you to renew. But the one exception, notable exception, is what we used to call the stay-at-home ordinance. And about 95% of that stay-at-home ordinance had in effect become obsolete because of various actions of the governor over the last few months. The only provision left in that stay-at-home was the gathering of 10 in a public space, not to exceed the gathering of 10. So just to let y'all know, by not renewing the stay-at-home ordinance, which is what we're proposing tonight, that we're not going to renew that, and the walking tours and the other pleas that we've had tonight would in fact be able, as long as they're still following the other safety protocol of wearing a mask and social distancing, they would be able to take their numbers back up to what is normally allowed under our tourism regulations, again with caveat that they still would be asked to wear a mask and do appropriate social distancing. So with that intro, Susan, do you have anything to add to what I've just commented on?
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay, good evening. For some reason, my video is not working. So either it's not working or I'm taking a hint from Vanessa that she doesn't want to see me. So
No, I want to see you.
there we go. Okay. All is forgiven. Real quickly, on number 5, I-5, that again is the continuation of the local state of emergency, and the declaration indicates that it would be continued to October 30th. That's number 5. Number 6, as the mayor said, that emergency ordinance is making just one change to the mask ordinance, and that is prohibiting amplified music in the restaurants and bars starting at 11 p.m. rather than 9 p.m. And that ordinance, the expiration date is tied to the mask ordinance. So on October 18th, the mask ordinance, ordinance 2020-100, that includes this provision, expires. So you'll want to take it up at the next city council meeting on the 13th. And then, as the mayor said, the last item, item 7, is the continuation of some of our emergency ordinances. We do not have, and they are listed for you on page 5. And there are several temporary emergency ordinances that are going to be continued to October 30th. 2 points. One is the stay-at-home ordinance is being allowed to expire, which means that there will no longer be, if council approves this, there'll no longer be the 10-person cap that's currently on the walking tours or the carriages. And the other important thing to note is that there's an amendment to ordinance 2020-40, which basically says that city staff will report on transitioning to in-person city council meetings to be presented to city council at the next meeting on October 13th, 2020. So those are the 3 matters that are up for consideration this evening. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Councilmember Griffin?
Yes, sir. Mine, I just got some statements that I'd like to make, as long as that's okay for you.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time today on the DHEX website looking at all the data. cumulatively throughout the COVID crisis, and most specifically over the last couple of weeks. And I just want to go through some of these numbers because I feel like we haven't gotten these numbers, and I want to kind of put them in, kind of paint them in my way compared to some of the other ways that I've seen them painted. Total number of cases in Charleston County. This is total, and this is on DHEC's website, and this is as of the 20th at midnight. 15,500, which is a rate of 3,768 per 100,000 people. This is based on Charleston County. Now, our estimated county size is 441,000 people. So that means out of 100,000 people, 3.7% have contracted the virus. In the past 2 weeks, we've had 516 cases in all of Charleston County. That means that out of 100,000 people, 125.4 got the virus. That equals 0.1% of our population in Charleston County. As of 11:59 p.m. on the 20th, we have had, this is total, this is throughout the entire COVID scenario. We've had 509 hospitalizations out of a total 144,046 tests. That means that 0.3% of positive cases in Charleston County have been hospitalized. 257 people in Charleston County have died. That equals 0.18% of positive tests. 257 people have died, and that is a terrible number, and it's very, very tough to deal with, and there's no way to justify loss of life, and I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying that death is a part of life, and it's something that we have to deal with. 87% of people in Charleston County that contracted COVID and died had other comorbid conditions. And if you look at the number of nursing home deaths and cases, our numbers would even significantly decrease drastically. The average age of those who passed were 78 years old. After analyzing all of this data myself, my conclusion is that it's necessary that we continue to push to open back up. I'm not willing to live in fear of this virus. And I think by staying closed with these, I know that any death is bad and any sickness is bad, but these numbers and these percentages are so minuscule that I am going to start voting against all these emergency ordinances from here on out. The number of cases over the last few weeks is so low that we've had, if you look at the DHEC website, the most recent number of cases on September 20th, we haven't had that low number of cases since June, I want to say June 20th or something like that. So it's been over 3 months. You can say all you want that the mass, that, you know, municipalities and governmental agencies that push a mass ordinance are better off. And I agree with that. But if you look at that statistic, it doesn't say what sort of mask regulations are in place. I would say that our mask regulations are the strictest in all of the low country. And I have to look at data to see whether or not I think that's effective. And to me, I say it's not. Because if it were, we should have a lower number of cases per 100,000 people than Berkeley and Dorchester County, because they have a much less strict mask ordinance. But if you look at their numbers on the DHEC website per 100,000 people, their numbers are lower than ours. So I agree that we can have a mask ordinance in place, but we need to start easing off some of these restrictions a little bit, because we're way stricter than anybody else's. And we're letting a disease that kills and significantly hospitalizes less than 1% of our population in all of Charleston County, we're letting this disease beat us. And we're better than that. So that's my point, and I'm not voting yes for any more emergency ordinances. I'll vote yes to end the music curfew, but I'm not voting for any more emergency ordinances. I mean, it's time for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I entertain a motion for numbers 5, 6, and 7? Councilmember Sacklin.
I wanted to say something first, but we can take a vote on this first, Mayor, and then I'll come back to my question.
Well,
So moved. So moved.
A motion on the floor, and then we can discuss.
Okay.
How about that? Did someone make a motion?
I'll move to approve 5, 6, and 7.
7, and we had a second.
Second.
All right,
Yeah.
now for discussion, Councilmember Sacklin.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to all this, I did get a question from a few constituents regarding the farmers market as we open back up. And I just want to say it's encouraging to hear that we are making these changes, moving into another phase. I'm not sure if Scott Watson's available, but the concern that they have was that we are opening the farmers market back up, which is great. But there was a limited capacity due to obviously, space and, social distancing. The concern that they had was that folks were not going to be allowed to be on the grassy area in Marion Square. And that's something that I've been in the farmers market. I'm a vendor there myself for many years, and we had no issue being on the grass. These folks have had a very difficult spring and summer, and this is the least we can do is make sure that we put this market together. And I guess to Harry's point, we've got to move past phase 1, and move into phase 2 and phase 3, which is doing things responsibly, keeping safety and medical professionals at the forefront, but we've got to move into the next phase. So I guess my question is, farmers market, why was that decision made to not allow folks on the grass and really extend the offer to all farmers market vendors?
I don't know if Scott's on the line or not. We reopened the farmers market, both West Ashley and downtown, with quote essentials for farmers. And we're moving back to Marion Square starting this Saturday from 8 to 12. And we're now meeting the West Ashley near the tennis center also on Saturday mornings with a different vendor. And let me just say, I think we have about 10 vendors of essentials for Marion Square this week. And in the ensuing weeks, we'll open up more space as we get in the swing and include other vendors, including we're planning on having our full holiday market before the holiday season. So we're admittedly are taking it a step at a time, but we're taking those steps now. We've been open in other locations. We'll be open this Saturday, and give us another week or two. We'll add more vendors and more space.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Was that just if we can communicate that to the vendors? I know that a lot of these folks are loyal to the city, and a lot of them have been coming to the market for 10, 15, 20 years. So it'd be nice to be able to communicate that to them as well. So thank you.
As Tracy mentioned, we're just one quadrant away from being able to move to our next phase, which is phase 3. So we're getting there. And I would say that our ordinances have helped those numbers come down and stay down. And that's been a very positive thing and a very safe thing. And really, all of these ordinances before you tonight don't prohibit anybody from doing business. We're just promoting that they be done in a safe fashion. The only provisions that I'm aware of that still prohibit any businesses are on the state level by the governor. All right, any other discussion? All right, Councilmember Rappel, did you want to say something?
I just gotta say something quickly here. Y'all all know how I felt about this issue on the front end back in March. I think we needed to take bold and aggressive action when we did. And I think we led the state in that regard. And I think that, when the history books are written, history will look upon the city of Charleston in a positive light. That all being said, I have to say, I think that Councilmember Griffin, Councilmember Saccharin are onto something here. I mean, I think the reality of it is we have to find a way to live with this virus. This virus is not going anywhere. It'll be with us well into 2021. You know, and I think today is an important step in that direction. The poorhouse is in my district, and I've been talking with them for months now about this music rule, and I'm very happy to see us take this step. I'm very happy to see us provide some relief to the walking tour companies, and I think that we just need an attitude shift of like, how much can we do while maintaining prudence, right? We know it works. It's the masks, it's the distancing, it's be outside. But when you start layering regulations on top of that, that's when things start to get a little squirrely. And look, if situation in the world changes and we get this second wave and things get crazy again, we know what to do. But we have a lot of people out there hurting and having a difficult time. And, you know, our attitude needs to be, you know, not obsession with numbers and graphs and charts and color coding and things like that. We got to get really tapped into what's happening on the ground. I've got friends and colleagues that work at both Roper and MUSC. They said they haven't been pressed since way early in the summer, and that's positive. That means things are working. But, you know, we really need to pivot here, I think, in our approach. And I think tonight is a very important step and a positive step at that. Thank you.
All right, comments, Councilmember Del Chapo?
I just want to understand what's the reason to extend the state of emergency? I didn't understand why that needed to continue.
Right. Well, the governor has done so on a statewide level. And Susan, there are some other implications. Could you address?
So there are really two potential implications for the city. And as the mayor said, we are under a state declared state of emergency. The governor has renewed that for some additional time once again. The two main issues for us being under a local state of emergency are, one, in the event that there are some funding opportunities that are presented to the city as a result of this through FEMA or some other source, being under the local state of emergency will be helpful in getting those funds. The second reason is when we're in this emergency state, the mayor can take emergency actions if he needs to. Council can act quickly with its emergency ordinances. And so that's a second important reason, what gives you more flexibility to act and respond. And then I think there's there's obviously a messaging component that comes with it too, that we are continuing to take the COVID situation seriously and asking the constituents to do so.
Okay. Again, just because I don't hear of anybody else being under a state of emergency, I think they're accepting the state. Like, I don't hear Berkeley County is under a state of emergency. So I was curious about
again,
that.
We're kind of looking in a proactive fashion, you know, again, you know, thinking that if there is some funding that comes available, it will be helpful to be under this state of emergency, in addition to the other two things I just mentioned. So
Jacob Lindsay has popped up. Jacob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just to elaborate upon that, the state of emergency also activates the ordinances which grant our restaurants, our outdoor dining, as well as relief from parking requirements, which is a very important thing right now during the pandemic. So granting and continuing to grant the state of emergency is what activates our restaurants to be able to take advantage of our COVID benefits. So if council is minded to do so, that is something that helps our restaurant industry.
Okay.
Councilmember Shade, did I see you a minute ago?
You did, man. I'm not gonna sit here and remain silent when I hear this stuff going on this council. As if we have moved to another universe, that we have clicked our heels and poof, there's no more pandemic. Have y'all we've forgotten that we hit a milestone in this country today? 200,000 people have died because of this COVID-19. 200,000 people have died. And all of a sudden, we're supposed to stop caring. And it's because, you know, death happens. Death happens. Death can happen. That happens because there's a pandemic going on in this country. And the reason our numbers are so low in this community is because what Councilmember Appel just said earlier, we took drastic actions to stop this spread from happening. Now, guess where we are right now, folks? We're at the end of September. And guess what happens at the end of September? Not only are college students coming back, but the weather is getting colder. And the experts have said, in spite of what we may think or feel, experts have told us a second wave is coming. An article I read recently gave this example as to how we're supposed to be looking at this pandemic. This pandemic is like a wildfire, and maybe that's a bad example to use what's going on the West Coast. But while this disease is out there, and while we don't have a vaccine for this disease, it's going to spread. It is going to look for a victim sooner or later. And we've got people dying in this community. And we shouldn't take solace in thinking, oh, our numbers are down to less than 1% of the total population. Those are real human beings out there who are being hospitalized, who are sick, and who are, our teachers are being exposed, our firefighters and our police officers are being exposed to a deadly disease. And we would just go back and think life is normal. Life is not normal. It's not going to be normal for quite a while. And here we are talking about not voting for these ordinances. Some people have not voted for any of these mask ordinances, and those mask ordinances were an important factor in keeping our numbers down. And we've got to remember where we are with all of this. So we got to keep on taking this stuff seriously, because that's what's going to happen as the weather gets colder, the numbers are going to go back up. We'll see things changing around here. I'm not going to sit back here and listen and think we got a rosy picture here, folks. We don't have a rosy picture. Our picture is good and it's better. And our God bless those medical providers, because they've figured out how to treat us a whole lot better. And that's been one of the issues that we've been seeing going on with all this. But I'm not going to sit back here and watch and think that we've got a rosy picture going on with this pandemic. It's going to get our numbers. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm dead wrong on this. Our numbers are going to go back up as the weather gets colder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shea. Councilmember Gregory?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I thought it was a very interesting data analysis that Councilman Griffin just shared with us. But my question to Griffin, Appel, and Del Chapo, have you had a family member to die from the COVID virus or a friend?
I was just
Yes, I
asking for
have.
some clarification.
Yeah. Okay. You said a family member, Councilman Griffin?
I've had friends and close family, yes.
Okay. And in spite of that, if I'm hearing you correctly, you want us to relax our requirements?
Yes, I do.
You do? Okay. Well, I've had a family member to die, and the last thing that I want to do is relax the requirements, particularly given the direction that we're going. For me, it just doesn't make sense to relax now simply because our numbers are going down. The numbers are going down because of actions that this city and this council took, okay? And for us to just say, oh, everything's great now. I strongly disagree with some of the interpretations of what is going on now. And particularly as it relates to brown and Black people who are dying from this virus at a much, much higher rate. I think I would be remiss as a councilman at this point, particularly given the positive directions of our numbers, to do anything differently. I will not vote for extending from 9 to 11. I'm not going to support that. I'm just not going to support it. I'm still waiting for us to continue to look at the science. And I think when we get to about 5%, I think is the number we're trying to get to, then everything is going to open up. But when those numbers start going up because we're taking risk, I think we really shouldn't be taking at this point in time, then I think it will be our responsibility for the economic failures of the city simply because we are abandoning our responsibility to all of our residents of the city of Charleston. So, you know, I totally disagree with the approach of to start relaxing at this point. In fact, I think we need to just maintain our course because it's apparent that that course is making a difference in many of the lives within the city of Charleston. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Waring. I hadn't forgotten about you, Councilmember Griffin, but I'm letting folks speak who hadn't heard yet. Waring and then Seeking. Councilmember
Okay.
Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listen, this council and I think this mayor has done a great job on this virus. I'm going back 7 months. And you're right, Councilman Dudley, Gregory, some of the steps we took definitely made a difference because there's not a vaccine, and certainly the treatment protocols are still being improved as we speak. That said, none of us knew the magic formula. There was no magic formula out there as far as strategy. So we took the best practices that we knew of at that time. There was a time when you went in grocery stores, or certainly the big box stores, where they limited the amount of people that went in. I think, you know, Costco, we all were in lines out there. Who wasn't in a line at Costco? And they would let in a certain amount and they would stop, let in a certain amount and stop. Now, guess what? You come in, you got to have a mask on. You know, if you don't have one, I think they still give you one. Three things we know work, definitely, from one end of this country to the other. Wash your hands regularly, put the mask on, and safe distancing. There's no science out there that says, you know, if you listen to music at 9 o'clock, it stops the spread of the virus. It actually, there's none out there that says if you stop listening at 11 o'clock, it stops it. I think we can wear our mask and listen to the music. I think we can clean our hands. And I think we can safe distance and listen to the music. When it comes to the tour guide people, again, grocery stores, big box stores, drug stores, we all frequent those places and we put best practices. These people can be able to make a living spacing out with best practices with these walking tours outside. As a matter of fact, that's not even in-house. So in a gradual way that we know what works. We see people out there doing walking tours without a mask on and not spaced appropriately. I'm sure the city will take action. Opening them back 100% as though the virus is no longer with us. I would not do that. But these two things that we're talking about, I think is a great way in the right direction, and prayerfully. Our citizens have done a great job listening to what we've asked them to do, putting on these masks and safe distancing. Actually, it's working. Even the young people, they might have them in their pockets and stuff, but they even carrying a mask with them. So I'm going to support the piece of going to 11 o'clock and allowing these people, if they can do a horse and buggy ride, they certainly can do walking tours properly spaced. But the other portion, I'm going to vote to support that.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Seekings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be brief because it is late. And I second Councilmember Waring's observations. I think he's spot on. I want to thank Mr. Lindsay for jumping in too, because I think it is important as we've gone through the last 6 or 7 months and tied all these ordinances together to recognize what some of the positive consequences of those ordinances have been. First and foremost, I think we're doing well with the public safety, but we've also given some industries the opportunity to literally survive as they go through. And one of the things that has been positive and has worked, and if you haven't been downtown, because it's been particularly used in downtown is the ability to have outside dining. And there has been some incredibly creative uses of our new ordinance by restaurateurs that have put some tables outdoors. And that's been the link between them going out of business and being in business. And Jacob, one of the things I just want to make sure we don't miss as we go along here is, I'm sure that you've kept an inventory of the applications that you received for those outdoor permits, or I mean, I know they go and do it and they get the permit later. But as we transition into phase 3, 4, 5, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, when our emergency ordinance goes away and we think of other things, I just want to make sure we have the tools in place to look at the outdoor dining and see if we can't continue it without interruption from the legislative side, and that we're in a position to make sure that to the extent we know who's out there doing it, we think it's working well for the city, that we have a seamless transition going forward, particularly with that issue, because again, it's being creative, it's working. I've not heard a single complaint from anybody in my district about the placing of some of the outdoor tables, and some of them are really pretty in places I never would have thought of. I just think we need to make sure that we have a way to seamlessly transition as we go forward without having to go back, Jacob, through a 30 or 45-day application process. So just something to think about as we go forward. Thank you.
Well, I concur, council member, and even if there was a vaccine widely spread tomorrow and everyone had it, it's going to take a while for certain of our businesses, particularly restaurants and hospitality businesses, to recover from this year. So it's not like they would instantaneously be better even when we get the vaccine. So you're right. To keep things that have made it easier for them will be a positive thing. Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Griffin was talking about he went on some website. I looked at Tracy's website, or what we call the mayor's website, I guess, but I call it Tracy's website today. But anyway, I looked back at 2 weeks ago when we were looking at this. We were concerned schools were opening, athletic events were starting, and we were very concerned about that, and and we were being careful. I believe the total number of active cases on September 8th, 2 weeks ago when we met, was 547 in the city of Charleston. I looked at it today. The total number today is 224 cases. So we had all of that going on, and we had about a 60% drop, or more than half of our cases went away. So we've got some, I think it's more positive than we've been saying here on what's happening. I understand the cool weather, and I understand that can happen, but we also had, if you looked at the chart with the growth rate, and Tracy, certainly correct me if I'm looking at something wrong, but the growth rate dropped more than half as well, from 0.46 down to 0.22. And like I said, since 2 weeks ago, schools seem to have been opening safely. High school club and recreational athletic events seem to be opening safely. Churches are starting to have people come back since then and are opening safely. It is time for us to start carefully opening up things. And I know we're at that 7% and not that 5%. Everything else is green. And I do believe that we've got to start pushing to safely open up other things. I think that we should be meeting in person the next meeting. I really believe that if these athletic events can happen, if these schools can open, and all of this, churches can open, all these different things are going on, and they're able to do it safely, and we're not seeing those numbers come up. And we got 0 active cases with city employees. I believe we ought to be meeting in person right now. And I think, I'm not saying we need to open up completely, but I think we need to start to open that back up unless the numbers go the other way. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you. And I'll come back, I think, to Councilmember Griffin and then to Del Chapo, and then I'm going to ask to call the questions. We'll take them separately if you don't mind, because some people have indicated they are going to support one or not all of them. Councilmember Griffin.
Just a couple more points. Number one, Mr. Lindsay made a good point about how some of these things that we're doing for the businesses are tied into these emergency ordinances. We need to fix that. We don't need to have them tied into emergency ordinances. We shouldn't have to vote yes on an emergency ordinance in order to help these businesses. we should be helping them regardless of whether we're in a state of emergency or not. In fact, a lot of what's going on will be good after we move on from this virus, and whenever there is a vaccine and we move about our lives again. A lot of this outdoor seating and other things is working wonders, and it should stay as much as we can. Councilmember Gregory brought up a point about, he said it a few times now, about African Americans have a higher rate of cases and deaths than white people do. I looked on the DHEC website today, and I just can't agree with you on that. I've got the facts right in front of me, the data right in front of me. In Charleston County, number of cases, 38.1% are white, 26.4% are black. In terms of deaths, 48.1% are white, 35% are black. Now, maybe there's a disparity in testing, and maybe we need to find more ways to offer testing to minorities, but I just want to make sure we're reporting the right statistics. I'm not trying to go off of emotion. I'm trying to go off of numbers. In terms of what Councilmember Shea had said, and he didn't have, for some reason, he didn't want to name my name, but he was obviously talking right to me. You know, I just sure hope there weren't any kids watching when you just threw that temper tantrum. And if you're going to preach all this stuff about we shouldn't meet and we shouldn't meet, well, you shouldn't be having gatherings in your office. And I know for a fact you've had several larger than 10 people gathered in your office for meetings. So we all need to practice what we preach here is all I'm saying. Don't pound your fist and say we shouldn't meet when I know for a fact you've had several meetings. So I really don't like the way this is going, but temper tantrums aren't going to fix anything.
Thank you, Councilmember Griffin. Councilmember Del Chapo.
Harry, you just kind of made a good segue. Y'all, this is why I think all of us can agree, like, we avoid social media and, and all of this, because when did we all become so angry? When did it get to the point that I can't ask a question for clarification and all of a sudden an accusation is hurled at me? What are we resorting to? We are letting this take over. We all talk about the way Charleston used to be, It's because it was filled with elegance and grace and people being able to have civil conversations and communicate cordially with one another, even if they were on opposite ends of the spectrum. Because I can tell you, whether you're on a quarter, whether you're heads or tails, you're still on the same quarter. So it's okay for Councilmember Saccharin to ask why people can't be on the grass or whatever it is. We're all just trying to gain some clarification. I'm not here to feel bad or, we're all trying to do the very best we can. We all want the same result, and maybe we're going to come at it from different ways. But pitting ourselves against each other is exactly what the world wants us to do. We're letting the divisiveness that's out there that we cannot stand now infiltrate here. And the only people who are going to suffer from it are the very people who need us most. So before anybody else says anything, I respectfully ask that maybe you play it through your head before you say it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've been on council a while, and I have seen some things go back and forth, and seeing how we might disagree on things, and we still get through it. But with the council, the way council is going now, I have never seen in the 14 years I've been on the council, and I've been here a while. I'm the next senior council member, if they want to say, on council right now. Maybe a little older, but I grew up a different way and I was raised a different way to respect one another. And we got some young people today, even in the community, don't respect nothing. But we all have to respect one another. I tell people all the time that we are the elders and we're looking for the younger people to take us further. We are supposed to give them advice and show them what the history is about but they still have to make their own decision. But I've seen some things from this council right now that is not good. It's not good at all. You know, and I hear some things in the community that's not good about council, about what people are saying. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other because it doesn't bother me. As long as it stays a distance, doesn't bother me. I came up a long way, a rough way with nothing, the way my parents had, but we had grace, integrity. We had strong integrity in my family. And we respect one another. And that's the way I grew up, with respect. So we need to respect one another. I mean, hold all that personal things, you throw it over your shoulder. You leave that out. I mean, if you see someone doing something, don't do it here in the public. The public is watching us. And they'll say, look how they're acting. They're council members. Look how they're acting on council. But some people just don't care. And I have a problem with that because I carried myself with that. And I be in this community and see people acting funny and have facial expression, you know, and I can watch it and I can see through it all day long. I just didn't come here. I've been here a while. And I've seen it over and over again. I got kids that's 50 years old, 40 years old. So I know how they come. I got some grands that's 20 and 25, 27 years old. So I deal around with the young, the old, and all. You see, so I've seen the different action of young people, seen the different action of older people, middle-class people, but we are council members here. We are charged, we have taken oath and charged to do things for the betterment for the city of Charleston, for everyone in the city of Charleston. And we should carry ourselves in a certain way. But then right now, we are doing something a little different. Maybe my been out on council right now today too long. I don't know. But we need to change the aspect of some of the things we are doing and some of the things we are saying and the way you say it. Because we're not here to hurt one another's feelings, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Cade, and then let's call the questions here.
Mr. Mayor, hold on a second, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm entitled to respond to some of the comments that were being made.
I think I am too.
Councilmember Shade, please.
Thank you. So first of all, I'll apologize for pounding my fist on my credenza. And I apologize if I offended anybody. And yes, Councilmember Griffin, I did have one meeting in my office back in May, and that was to host all the folks on King Street following the May 30 riot. So we could hear from the folks who were being hurt and their complaints and concerns they had, what was going on King Street following the riot of May 31st. But for you to insinuate that I'm not practicing what I'm preaching, I'm going to tell you I'm offended by that. I'll tell you that right along the lines. Because I've been very careful of how I conducted myself as an individual and as a member of city council. And I don't mean to lecture anybody, but the numbers are what the numbers are. And the numbers are that 200,000 of our fellow Americans have died because of this COVID-19. And we think those numbers are not accurate. We probably think those numbers are a little bit higher. And the fact of the matter is that the science is very clear and very specific about all of this. That the things that we've been doing have a positive impact on keeping these numbers down. That's the science. I'm not talking about any other conjectures that I have. I'm not a medical professional. I'm a lawyer. But I listen to the experts, and the experts have told us that wearing masks, and the director of the Center for Disease Control said that the mask use has probably a higher and more effective way of combating this virus being spread than when a vaccine is being developed and put into full use. A vaccine may not be available to us for a full year on a widespread basis. And we have several members of our fellow citizens who are hurt because of the impact this COVID-19 has had on them. Not just hurt because they're in the hospital, hurt because of the financial impact this has had on them. And the sooner we are able to get back to whatever we consider normal, the better off all of us are going to be. So I apologize to anybody if I came across as being a little bit too strong. That was not my intent. But what I've heard out of several people tonight was that we think that we're back to an okay position. We're not back to an okay position. Yes, our numbers have gone down tremendously, But it goes back to what we were circling back on, which is because we have taken these measures and we've taken them seriously. And now it is not the time to relax that. Now is the time to remain on course, because where we're going to be headed in the coming months with the weather changing and other factors are taking place with people being more socially active. So again, thank you all for hearing me out, and I apologize if I offended anybody. That was not my intent. But sometimes you have to stand up and be heard to make a point across. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Councilman Shea. So if we could take these matters separately, and I'm just going to say for the good news of the trend of our numbers, hallelujah. And that's a good thing, but the fact remains, as has been noted here, the virus has not gone away. There are 30 states or just under 30 states in the union where cases are rising again. So there's nothing that could prevent that from happening here again. It happened in May and June, and it could happen again. And all of the measures that we've been taking as of lately are forcing no one to close their business or close down. It's all a matter of just operating safely. That's all I really want for our citizens, is to be back in business, to be back in school, to go back to church, to do all those things, but just to do it safely. So with that being said, could I ask us to separate the three numbers and ask us to take a vote on number 5 first, which is the continuance of the declaration of state of emergency.
You need a motion for that?
Please, sir.
I'll make the motion that we separate it.
Yes,
Second
I
that
second
motion.
to separate.
Each separate, if that's okay.
Mhm.
And, we had a motion to take them all. So number 5, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And number 6, this is the one that changes the time on the live music from 9 to 11.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. The ayes have it. And lastly, number 7, this is the catch-all for the emergency ordinances, but notably, it does not renew the stay-at-home order. Motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Thank you all so much. I know that was difficult. I'm respectful of everyone's opinions on this matter. I know there's a lot of conversation about it. I just hope that we reasonably keep everyone safe going forward until we get a vaccine. Okay, council communications. First up, Councilmember Brady wants to talk about the urban growth boundary. Can I just turn it over to you, Councilmember Brady?
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've talked to several other members on council about this, and it's born out of some discussions with folks on Johns Island. But I know the urban growth boundary also impacts both sides of my district, as well as Councilmember Griffin and Councilmember Del Chapo as well. And one of the things, we've had some conversations around being good neighbors. And I think one of the strongest signals that we can send on being a good neighbor is that instead of the urban growth boundary merely being, just something in a planning document that we can kind of ignore as we want, because there are developments, including one on Johns Island that is happening outside the urban growth boundary, that we would codify the urban growth boundary into an ordinance, so that in the event that a future council wants to move it, or needs to make any substantial changes, it would have to go through 3 readings in order to change. And that gives the public time to weigh in on it. Because I think one of the things this would do is put, Wadmalaw Island, some of the unincorporated parts of Johns Island at ease, that the city's not looking to, expand and become like Houston. And we can turn our attention to infill annexation, which I think we all know with the donut holes that go on in a lot of our districts is an issue. And so I think this helps us be a good neighbor out on the kind of outer edges of the city, but also sends the message that we want to turn kind of inwards and really focus on good land use, good planning. And it's perfect timing with the city comp plan to really think about this. And so the little extra part on there was I had talked with the mayor earlier. If we want to send this idea to a committee, and that's the will of council, that's fine. But I do think council probably has original jurisdiction on this because it concerns the city kind of as a whole in terms of our boundaries. So with that, happy to turn it over and listen to some comments.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Brady. Before you took your seat, I was privileged to sit in on the Johns Island Task Force, where a variety of citizens who are focused on Johns Island have really done an amazing job of educating each other and the community and working on issues like this collegially. So I fully support what Councilmember Brady is trying to accomplish tonight. I would hope that we could just send it directly to our planning and legal team and have this available for us to vote on. For the record, James Island still has the city's version of the urban growth boundary. The county took theirs away a few years ago, but I would submit that once we hear what the water consultants, our Dutch dialogue friends during the comp plan are figuring out about the vulnerabilities on James Island, on the southern portion of the island, that we'll want to have that kind of a statement and protection for the urban growth boundary. So I want to join the club and I want this to happen soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Del Chapo.
I appreciate this, and honestly, it's not something that I ever considered, could be more set in stone. So I would be interested in this conversation furthering, and what exactly does this look like from a legal and a planning perspective. So I appreciate you making me think about something in a way I hadn't thought of before.
I think we have an urban growth boundary in the northern part of your district.
Yes. Yep.
Yes, absolutely. So if it pleases council and Mr. Lindsay's on the line still, I'd like to ask him and staff to work on it and then bring it to the Community Development Committee, which oversees zoning matters. All right, is that okay with you, Mr. Chairman of Community Development? All right, there we go. All right, thank you. We'll move.
Thank you, guys.
So next is a discussion on the column of the Calhoun statue. Councilmember Griffin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had the actual statue come down within a few hours of our council meeting on June 23rd. But obviously with it taking 17 hours to remove just the actual statue, the column remained for a time. And a few weeks ago, the contractor went back out there to remove the column, and there was significant damage done to the column in that removal. And I'm just trying to get more information as to why that happened. I printed off a few documents from our previous meetings because for me, I was all on board to move it to a museum. But now I kind of understand that we don't really have a place for it to go. It's sitting in a warehouse. It's not accessible to the public at all. And I don't feel like there's the movement that we said there was going to be on that. I don't feel like we're working with other partners to make that happen. And I just wanted to kind of touch on a few of these documents that we voted on and that we signed. The first one was the actual resolution, which stated that it would no longer be part of Marion Square, but after its removal, the statue would be relocated to an appropriate site to be determined by the mayor in consultation with city council, where it will be protected and preserved and where the history of John C. Calhoun's life will be told. Now, obviously, that contradicts the emergency bid that was put out, which states that it will be transported and carefully unloaded to an undisclosed, covered and secured facility, not accessible to the public. And I can understand that the warehouse setting is temporary, but we, on top of moving it to a place that's not public access, and then the agreement or the sort of Charleston Museum put their hand down and said, no, we're not going to take it. We don't really have a place for it right now. And we've got a column that's been destroyed. And I'm wondering why that happened. Why was it not as carefully taken down as the statue was? It even says in the emergency bid that the contractor will then begin to remove the tall granite column in sections, utilizing the available cold joints in the granite work. These sections will be loaded onto a truck and shipped to a separate open air storage facility that is not accessible to the public. But instead, we had an excavator out there that literally knocked the column over, broke it into a million pieces. People that live in the city literally ran up in the middle of the night that night and grabbed pieces of the column and took them with them. They have them now in their possession. And we've got a priceless column, you know, regardless of the circumstances of whether or not you wanted the statue to be destroyed or remain or be moved to a museum. We took a vote to move it to a museum, not handle this the way that we have. You know, even in that meeting, you know, I questioned a lot about, you know, where the money came from and everything like that and how we were paying for it. And, you know, that you said that the resolution removed the statue, that we gave you permission, the authority to make arrangements as you thought were good to move it along as quickly as possible. But I just have never comprehended that from what we actually did that night, which is we authorized you to execute the necessary documents to enter into a contract for the relocation of the statue. And such contract will be presented to City Council at its next regular meeting. But by the time we met again, the statue was gone. We approved this emergency bid after the fact for $136,637. You stated at that meeting that that $100,000 came from one private person that wanted to remain anonymous. But how can I justify that to the people that are upset about how this procedure has taken place? I have to explain to them that a private citizen waved a big check in front of the city's face and we took the money and it influenced our decision and we don't have to release that person's name. And on top of that, we know that there was an interest group that was out there raising private funds. They raised over $23,000. And your wife was one of the people on that list. Well, how about those people? Did that money, was that contributed towards the removal of the statue? I just have a lot of questions about how all of this played out because I took faith that we were going to do what we said we were going to do. We said we were going to take it down. We were going to put it in a space for a while. We were going to find somewhere for it to go. And now here we have it not open to the public. Nobody can see it. I even wrote you a letter almost a month ago asking you if I could take a few politicians and people that were really interested in historic preservation in to see it. And you never even responded to my letter from August 28th. So I guess I'm just wondering where we're at, where we're going. And are we going to hold the contractor responsible for destroying a priceless piece of that statue? That column was worth a lot of money, but even more than that, I mean, you're talking about a piece of granite that's over 125 years old. How could we have allowed a contractor to come in and destroy it the way that we did? So I guess where I am, I'm very confused. I'm befuddled. I want to know where our next steps are. And I hope, Mr. Mayor, that you'll allow me to get this group of people together to go see the statue, just so I can see from my own eyes that we are doing what we said we were going to do. Because even that night, And, I was looking through the minutes. You and I had a conversation that night about it. And in the minutes, you said, the statue will be relocated to an appropriate site to be determined by you in consultation with council. As I announced tonight, we will also consult with local historians led by Robert Rosen and Dr. Powers, where it will be protected, preserved, and where the history of John C. Calhoun's life will be told. Do I have an MOU, an agreement in place ready to sign? No, I do not. So this first step will be to go ahead and remove the statue. I can assure you it will be taken down with the most care and will be protected as we take pause, listen to historians, consult with the Commission of Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation, and come to a decision with an appropriate site. That is our pathway. I just don't know whether or not we're actually doing that because we haven't had a lot of discussion about it. I mean, the History Commission, we briefly touched on it. I don't know that Robert Rosen and other historians have been consulted. Nobody knows what kind of shape it's in. I'd love to see what kind of shape the column is in. We paid $136,000, in a time where we got a $40 million deficit. We let private people raise money to help out with that. Is that going to be the new thing going forward? Are we going to let private citizens impact decisions that we make on council by giving us money? If that's the way things are going to be, then we need to make sure that that's the case for everything. But I'm just really confused about the process of where we're going. I know getting the column down and the statue down was the easy part. It's what we do next that kind of signifies our legacy as a city, because whether we like it or not, history is a part of the city and we have to still consider historical preservation. I thought we made a good decision taking a common sense approach and kind of meeting in the middle and saying, okay, people that want it destroyed or people that want it to stay, we can't do either of those, but what we're going to do is we're going to put it in a place of higher learning or a museum. That could be our legacy. There are things that aren't right and that are hurtful, and we all came to that conclusion. But to me, I feel really bad about this situation because of how it's been handled since that day. So I just wanted you to know that, and I hope that you will take me up on my letter asking you to get a small group of people together so that I can put my eyes on it, just make sure it's in good shape.
Well, great. Well, thank you for all those questions and comments. I didn't take notes, so I don't know that I can respond to all of what you just mentioned. But first, I want to say I never got your letter. I'm happy to arrange for you to go see the statue. When you asked about it just recently and put it on the agenda, in fact, I went out to see it myself and took pictures of it. I'm happy to share those with you, but I'm happy to take you out there as well to show you the statue. It's in fine condition. It was carefully removed. It is a separate matter from the rest of the whole monument. It was never the intent to relocate the statue along with the column and the pedestal and the base, which still need to be removed. And we plan to come to City Council at our next meeting with a proposed contract to remove the rest of the pedestal and the base, as I call them. I must share with you about the payment from that wonderful individual that, no one, that hadn't occurred at the time of our approval to remove the statue. So it had no impact on our decision. In my view, it just saved us $100,000. So our out-of-pocket to date, rather than being $136,000, is only $36,000. So I just view that as a savings to the city that had no impact on our decision whatsoever. So I do want to call on Edmund Most if he's on the line. He might have gone home by now. Edmund, are you out there just to share with you about the removal of the column? Edmund?
Yes, sir, Mayor, I'm here. So when we were tasked to do this removal, it was quite an operation. And it was an operation that needed to happen in a few days. There was an enormous amount of coordination with police and protection of the site. As you all know, that there was a lot of unrest in that area. And after city council, when the contractor mobilized to move forward with it, it was actually a very scary situation. Council member, you were not there. I was. They actually loaded us into armored vehicles, and there was a lot of stuff going on. But the contractor did not have adequate time. They didn't have any drawings of this structure. There was a lot of decisions that they needed to make in a short period of time on how to remove this. And in my professional opinion, I think they did a fantastic job given what they had to deal with there. There were actually workers that asked for bulletproof vests that were up in the cherry pickers because they were that concerned that night. So the contractor did their best to remove the statue as well as the column all in one night. But as everybody knows, again, there was a lot of difficulties involved with doing that process. They got the statue removed. It was taken down with absolute care and it was transported, but they couldn't get the column down at the same time because of the amount of work that was involved with it and the disturbance to Calhoun Street and the public because of quarantining off the site for security reasons. So they had to come back and they had to remove that separately. Now, unfortunately, in order to do that whole operation again, it would have been an obscene amount of money because of the weight of that column to go into that park, cut down portions of the trees to get a large crane in there or do it from the road. The contractor just said, look, I've lost money on this, but we said we were going to do this for the city. We wanted to partner with the city and do this for them. But they weren't about to remobilize another crane and lose several $100,000. They wanted to see this project through to the end. So that removal limited to basically pulling it down. And yes, it did damage it. And yes, that's being reused and recycled. It's going to go back into some other construction project, albeit not on a city project. But that was the most appropriate method at that time, given the circumstances.
So I would follow up and say that the intent of displaying the statue itself, along with being able to tell the history, is still our city's intent. I must say that after it came down, you might say it was somewhat like a hot potato. I have consulted with Robert Rosen and Dr. Powers. I feel like it's unfortunate. Maybe they'll reconsider at some point in time that the Charleston Museum would have been, I view, the best home for the statue long-term. They had concerns about its size. That's without any pedestal or piece of the column whatsoever, and the weight of it, and whether it would work for them or not. We have had a couple of what I would call bona fide offers from institutions that are willing to take it. But the Racial Conciliation Commission is really just getting going, and I wanted to give them the opportunity, as stated, to review this matter. There's a committee that will be meeting soon on culture and monuments and so forth. So admittedly, this hasn't all happened quickly, but under the circumstances, I'm not sure that that's a bad thing. In the meantime, the Washington Light Infantry and the Sumter Guard are partners with Marion Square. As from the beginning, they still expect the complete removal of the entire memorial, if you will. And so once again, I'll be coming back to council with a proposal on that last portion. And so that's about all I can respond to at this point. Would anyone else like to be recognized on this matter? Did I see your hand up, Councilmember Mitchell?
I had my hand up, but I just wanted to say that the statue was removed. And I said, all due respect to my colleague, Councilman Griffin, being a young man don't know the history behind this at all. This statue was talked about coming down way before you think of coming on council. We spoke about it years ago, but we were always told that it was under the Heritage Act. And that's why it never came down years ago. And when we found out later, it was not, when it was given to the city of Charleston, to the mayor and council by the women's ladies of the Confederacy, that's when it changed, that it became property of the city. But this was taken back. This statue was coming down. People wanted it down years ago when I was in council, years ago, back in 2000, back in 97, they were talking about taking this statue down. If you go back and read the minutes, you will see them talking about bringing this statue down, taking the statue down. But we always got stopped because of that. Like I was telling you that even back in the time of the civil rights movement, when I marched up and down around that statue, my parents them told me about the statue, why the statue was there, and when they raised the statue up because people was defacing it during that time. They say it's part of history. History is in the book. You can read it all day long. But no one wants the statue. That's the problem around here. No one really wants it because they figure if they get it and put it in their place, then there's going to be some problems with something else problem take place. And that's what's going to happen. A lot of people, you might shake your head, young man, Councilmember Griffin, and I'm just telling you some things that I heard in the community that if it comes in, that's why I didn't really go to the museum. The museum really don't want it because they don't want nobody to destroy their building too. It's a problem because people still have some hurt feelings about that, even with what's happening in that particular area with the statue, the way it was portrayed to us and the way it was portrayed to my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, and things like that. So we knew about this. We knew the history of all of this. I mean, you came up way afterwards. I mean, like I told you, you was younger than my kids, younger than my grands. So they know about the history. But then people don't respect us knowing our history. They talk about it and face value, but they don't really talk about it because you look at the way they act, the action of an individual, you can tell the difference, you see. So what I'm saying is that, yes, the statue came down. Yes, we said that the statue would be placed in a place for history because it's history. Let someone get it and put it in history that people can go by and see it, and they can tell the true history about the individual. But right now, I don't think nobody even wants the statue right now that we know of. People want to buy it, but they want to take it away from here. And they wanted to keep it here in the city of Charleston somewhere. So we have to wait until we find that place for it to go. I was out there when it came down. I think you came by for a couple of times and watched it. But they'll find a place for it sooner or later. Somebody gonna take it in the city of Charleston that we can display it and tell the true history on both sides so people would know both sides of the history of the statue itself. And that's what's going to take. I think that's what's going to be, because we're not going to throw it away because we say on council, that's what we're going to do with it. And I'm going to make sure it's being done that way myself. And when you vote on it, it's history. But a lot of people don't think it that way because they were hurted because of those things. And you couldn't even imagine. You can't even imagine what people went through. You can't even imagine what I went through because you was not here. But we will try to preserve that history of the statue and tell the story on both sides, the true story. And that's the only way, if you want to bring up history, you can really see history. So we have to find a way with Robert Rosen and whoever's looking at it to make sure they find a place that's suitable, that someone can be able to take it and preserve it, to make sure that it will not be destroyed once they bring it up. And that's another thing you're gonna have to look at too.
That's right. Councilmember Appel.
I just can't help myself. I got to read a statement from or a sentence from the Charleston Museum's letter talking about John C. Calhoun, quote, "He was not a Charleston figure. No. And as such, his biographical history does not fit with the museum's general purpose and mission of interpreting the cultural and natural history of Charleston and the Low Country, end quote. Not a Charleston figure. Kind of makes you wonder what it was doing up there and what message it was trying to send. I think we're wasting time relitigating this, talking about the historic value of a column and contracts and parsing. I mean, we have so much more important things to do. It's getting late. I mean, this is just, what are we even talking about? And my last, I'll leave with one question. I mean, have we tried to send it up to Clemson?
We have had an offer from an out-of-town organization, but again, I just thought at this point to let things cool off a little bit and let a little time goes by and let's see who's really interested in helping us tell us this story and find a good home for it. So that's kind of where we are. Councilmember Griffin.
It's just unbelievable, just some of the disrespect, you know. I mean, I actually pushed this off 2 weeks because we were running late last meeting. And just like you have every right, Ross, to bring something up to council, so do I. But I'm not going to disrespect you when you bring something up to council. So I don't expect you to disrespect me. In terms of Councilmember Mitchell, I hope I can live a long life like you. But when I'm an older man, I'm certainly not going to try to degrade young people by saying all the time, well, I wasn't around, so I don't know any better. We got to do better, guys. I mean, this is pathetic. You know, what I just won't, it's just really, really pathetic. So that's it. I don't have anything else to say this meeting.
Good.
All right. Thank you, sir. So next, I think we've taken care of this, Councilmember Griffin, the discussion regarding the walking tours, but if you want to add anything else on that. Okay, with the fact that we did not renew the stay-at-home ordinance, as I explained, that kind of resolved. I think you're concerned with that. So next is our council committee reports. First up is our Committee on Traffic and Transportation, Councilmember Seekings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. I may lose my battery here. I don't have my plug with me. So if I do, Vice Chairman Brady, if you'll take over for me, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. The Committee on Traffic and Transportation met about 7 Marches ago, or maybe that was this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I don't know. And we had actually a pretty interesting meeting, and I would encourage anybody who's interested to know to tune into these meetings, especially easy now while we're doing it via Zoom. We had a discussion about Calhoun and St. Philip Streets and the road safety audit that's being done by Stantec and Mr. Gillis with the participation of our TNT team, Mr. Benjamin, who I see has chimed in here way past his bedtime, but that's okay. Thanks for being with us. And the county, actually, the DOT is involved as well. So if you've been on those corridors, you know they're dangerous. There's been a number of recommendations that have been made, from all-way walking crossings to perhaps having some left turn signals put in, some traffic calming measures, some bike ped facilities and all that. And the good news that we heard today, I think, Keith, it was from the DOT or the county, is that these projects are actually, there's money to do them. And so if we can get them designed and put in place, we might actually be able to get some improvements to what is one of the busiest streets, not just on the peninsula, but in the city, and that's Calhoun Street and the intersecting streets going through the College of Charleston. So more to come on that. We had some discussion about the non-consensual towing ordinance. We'll bring that back to you. You may recall that we made an adjustment to it last city council meeting at about 11:37 p.m. For those of you who don't remember that, we squared up West Ashley. So for non-consensual tows, you wouldn't get paid just $30 for towing an illegally parked car on private property. You'd actually get paid a little bit more. And we're going to try to bring back an ordinance to TNT that squares it up citywide. It may be graded. That was a request of the mayor, and so more to come on that. We got an update, and thank you very much for Mr. Most and Mr. Kronsberg about the Build Grant West Ashley River Bridge. Lots going on with that. We earlier tonight at Ways and Means approved the first contract for that project with our consultants. So that project is on course, is moving forward. It's complicated. There's a lot to be done. I see Mr. Most is still on here if he wants to chime in, but best course of action at this point is to leave. I heard someone talk about this earlier. I think it was you, Councilmember Gregory. Leave staff to do their job, and they are ready to do their job on this, and they will give us reports as needed. And if not, we'll get a report back from Mr. Most and his team and our consultants in January, so keep you up to date on what's going on across the Ashley River. But we're moving forward. We got an update from Mr. Somerville on traffic calming. They had a busy year in 2019, 2020. What year are we in? I don't even know. They had a busy year in 2020. Congratulations to them. We're still in the business of providing traffic calming. So if any of your constituents are looking for traffic calming, bring it to TNT and we'll see if we can accommodate you. We will have some monies, I do believe, even after a tough budget year in 2021. The most recent installation of traffic calming that has been successful is over in Councilmember Appel's district on Southall. I think that was a success. So we're still in that business. So lots going on around the city when it comes to TNT. None of those things require approval from y'all, but I do think you should just need to know that the bridge across the Ashley is going on. There's some projects that the county seems to have funded. And so we will try to keep things moving forward and keep you up to date. Mr. Benjamin, it's now 10:25. Do you have anything to add?
Absolutely not.
All right, so 7th March at 10:25, that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. And Councilmember Brady, you're off the hook till next time. I got 2% left on my computer.
Thank you, Councilmember Seekings.
Thank you.
And, you know, that kind of zoomed on past Ways and Means, but the contract to go to the 30% design is a big accomplishment for the bike ped Ashley Bridge. That's really a big deal. The complications of this federal grant and just getting everybody's approval in order to do what we approved tonight. It took an incredible amount of work on staff's part. They really have done a yeoman's job on that. So
and I think we do need to shout out to Mr. Most and Mr. Consberg about that, Mr. Mayor. And I see Edmund is still on here.
Terry.
Yeah, right.
So if I can just kind of jump in here. Terry is our new project manager that we hired to manage this project. She is a professional engineer and she's got about 15 years experience. Unfortunately, she was going to be on this call to make a presentation, but it's her birthday and she was in a closet waiting for her time up. And so Edmund and I gave her a little bit of reprieve to go enjoy her birthday party. So we will introduce Terry at the next meeting when we bring an update to TNT. So anyway, she has done a great job. She has gotten down into the weeds on this project. She's really taken it by the horns and doing, like I said, doing a great job. So this contract will bring us to 30% design drawings. We will hit our deadline for the RFQ, RFP in September of next year. And it has been a lot of work. This will set us up as soon as we get approval from the FHWA with the pre-award approval letter. We will issue a notice to proceed and the contractor, the design team is ready to start rolling. And as the mayor referenced, and I think I referenced once already, this will bring us through September 2021. We'll have 30% drawings. It will also set us up with the RFP, at which point we will advertise for the design build contractor team to start construction of this project at that point in time, just a little bit after that September deadline. It's again, a lot of details, a lot of moving parts. That sounded a lot easier than it was, but it's really a monumental moment for the city. So,
and not to put any added pressure on y'all, but the eyes of both sides of the Ashley River are on you. So go forward and prosper. You got to make us all look good, man. I mean, everyone's waiting for this one. So
absolutely. All right. Well, thank you for that report. Next up, Public Works, Councilmember Waring.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna outlast Councilman Seekings on his report. Items I and I2, as well as the ordinance for B, as shown on your agenda, passed our committee unanimously, and I so move its adoption at City Council.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's the extent of my report, Mr. Mayor.
Amen.
and of his. That ordinance, by the way, will start the process for the approval, our approval of the FEMA new flood maps that will go into effect January 29th of next year. And those maps are available online, or Stephen Jolka can get them to you if you need them. All right, next up, Committee on Ways and Means, Councilmember Gregory.
Move for approval as
Second.
Second.
All right,
The amendment.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. That included our real estate report, by the way, that included the acquisition of a piece of property on Johns Island for our second fire station that will be built over on Johns Island. And it's a great location. So thanks to Lee Bailey and the fire department for finally figuring that out and getting us a good property to provide more service for our citizens over there. Okay, now up for third reading, we have 3 ordinances up.
Move for approval, 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3. We got a motion to approve and a second. We approved the Church Creek Stormwater Drainage Basin Authority, at least giving it second reading, providing for the sale of our refinance of our stormwater bonds, which is going to save us some money, and an annexation. Any discussion? 1, 2, and 3. All in favor say aye.
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 Now for third reading and ratification.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. Next is, there are no bills up for first reading. So the last piece of business is just to advise you that our next regular meeting will be 3 weeks from now on Tuesday, October 13th. But I may be in touch with you about having an interim workshop meeting for us to take up a discussion about Laurel Island and any other matters that we want to take up in the meantime. Anything else for the good of the order?
Mr. Mayor, if I can, just very briefly, I just want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and fellow council members for the kind card you all sent me. It has been quite a summer at the Seekings family household, and your thoughts and well wishes really are taken to heart, and I appreciate it. I really do. Got the card yesterday, so thank you very much.
God bless you.
Hang in there, man.
Recovery continues on. I know.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Mitchell, did you have something else?
No, I was saying thumbs up to Councilman Seekins. Good
Yeah.
health. God bless and good health.
All right. Well, good night, everybody. Thanks for the long meeting, and appreciate a lot of good stuff happened and good conversation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank y'all.
Night.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Right at 5 hours.